Chapter 849. The giant wolf evil spirit's speed was extremely fast. With a flicker of illusory light, it appeared in front of Yi Qin. Its thick and powerful right claw ferociously slammed down, leaving cracks in the space. It had the ability to shatter space, even if it was not comparable to a life and death king. It can actually tear space. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. The giant wolf evil spirit's battle strength was even above his imagination, circulating the Zhenyuan in his body to the limit, his blood almost igniting. Finally, it flowed along the flesh of his right arm and converged on the evil vanquishing sword. The sword blossomed with a jade-like sword light as it slashed forward. Clang! Pa! The giant wolf evil spirit's claw collided with the evil vanquishing sword, causing the space to sway. A few pitch-black cracks appeared in the space before finally collapsing. Under this space-shattering power, Yi Chen's evil vanquishing sword curved into a shocking arc before fiercely rebounding, sending Yi Chen flying 3 to 4 li away. At the same time, a frightening ripple spread out in the open space between the two. The ground was scraped open one layer after another, reaching dozens of zhang deep. So powerful! This was the first time Yi Chen was at a disadvantage under life and death realm. The giant wolf evil spirit's offensive power was undoubtedly above his. Swish! After a slight pause in the air, the giant wolf evil spirit pounced at Yi Chen once again. Wherever it went, the space would distort, making it difficult to understand. With his undying body, Yi Chen wasn't injured in the slightest. He lightly stomped on the ground and leaped up. The evil vanquishing sword in his hand emitted hundreds of cold stars. It was precisely his fastest sword art, spiritual sword. As soon as spiritual sword was unleashed, Yi Chen's perception was pushed to the limit. Each sword strike aimed at the giant wolf evil spirit's flaws. Ow! The giant wolf evil spirit roared and crashed into the dense net of cold stars. In the next moment, numerous flat sword holes appeared on its huge body. The sword holes exploded and expanded to the size of a fist. Moreover, it paused in the air for a moment, showing signs of rigidity. Waning moon. Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chen forcefully slashed down. Puchi! The black waning moon embedded itself into the giant wolf vicious spirit's head, moving along its chest. A small half of its body was almost cut open, radiant surging. However, a peak evil spirit was still a peak evil spirit. It was extremely difficult to disperse. Even after being struck by Yi Chen's waning moon, it was still as lively as ever. Its 2 front claws slashed at Yi Chen. The edges of the claws had black cracks that contained a powerful suction force. Dang! The giant wolf evil spirit's attack was too fast. Yi Chen only had time to raise his sword to block it. Under the power of the space-shattering force, his whole body flew out diagonally. Finally, his feet landed on the ground and slid out. The soil on the ground surged, and a deep ravine was formed. The first level of life and death challenge is still a bit low. Frowning, Yi Chen realized that there were some internal injuries in his body. Fortunately, the immortal body was currently healing these internal injuries and adjusting his bodily functions. Do I have to use the Sky Scorpio sword? Yi Chen was slightly hesitant. No, the Sky Scorpio sword is my last resort. It's best not to rely on it unless it's a matter of life and death. Otherwise, once I become dependent on it, there will be unpredictable obstacles to my cultivation. The gains do not make up for the losses. Seems like I have to go all out. With a shake of his body, Yi Chen unleashed Sword Domain, enveloping the giant wolf evil spirit within. Sword Domain was the domain of a sword artist. Apart from its great offensive power, it also had the ability to suppress the opponent. The giant wolf evil spirit's speed was originally extremely fast, but under the suppression of Sword Domain, its speed was immediately reduced by 1/5. In Yi Chen's eyes, it instantly became sluggish. With Sword Domain, Yi Qin had a much easier time dealing with the evil spirit. At the very least, its movement and attack speed no longer made him feel tired. Of course, although its movement and attack speed had been reduced, the evil spirit was, after all, a peak-level evil spirit. Yi Chen's attacks simply couldn't injure it. At most, he could create some small scars. Moreover, out of every 10 attacks, 1 would still land on Yi Chen's body. The life and death qi of a peak-level evil spirit is too abundant. It can completely exhaust my Zhenyuan and then kill me. No wonder Battle King needed a whole day to kill a peak-level evil spirit. Yi Qin sighed, his eyes turning sharp, bewitching mirror shattering. Retreating, Yi Chen's evil vanquishing sword was wrapped in an invisible spatial power. At a glance, the sword seemed to be twisted and folded, making it impossible to see the sword's trajectory. It was as if the evil vanquishing sword's attack range was everywhere. Unable to dodge, the evil spirit was struck by the evil vanquishing sword. Buzz! In the next moment, the evil spirit was sealed in a mirror-like space. The mirror-like space rapidly twisted and shattered. Within the void, cracks could be seen everywhere, and the suction power became chaotic. By relying on bewitching mirror shattering, Yi Qin also had the ability to shatter space. Ow! Countless hideous cracks appeared on the surface of the giant wolf evil spirit's body. The shallowest crack was several inches deep, and the deepest crack almost tore the giant wolf evil spirit in half. The terrifying destructive power far surpassed that of the waning moon sword technique. It's a token. Through the cracks, Yi Qin saw a stone token inside the evil spirit's body. It's a life and death token. The name of an item appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Life and Death Secret Realm was divided into 3 regions: the outer region, the inner region, and the core region. The core region had a life and death palace, and the most basic requirement to enter it was a life and death token. In other words, the life and death token was the pass to enter Life and Death Palace. But it's still not quite possible to kill this top-level evil spirit. Yi Qin smiled bitterly. In his eyes, the injuries on the evil spirit's body were recovering at a visible speed. Of course, at the same time, the evil spirit's life and death qi was also decreasing, not as dense as before. However, this was life and death secret realm, and life and death qi was everywhere. Relying on its instinct, the evil spirit began absorbing life and death qi from the outside world to replenish itself. Either run away immediately or use absolute strength to shatter its body. There's no third way to kill it. Yi Qin had a deep understanding of peak evil spirits. In almost a blink of an eye, the giant wolf evil spirit's battle power recovered to its peak. Yi Qin didn't know whether it was his misconception or not, but the evil spirit seemed to be a bit more tyrannical than before. Its dense, ink-like, savage aura even caused the space to fluctuate slightly. Kill. Unwavering confidence. Yi Qin didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, raising his sword to meet the evil spirit. The evil vanquishing sword in his hand blossomed with sword chi that seemed to want to shatter space. Rumble. 1 wolf and 1 man battled once again. Berserk chi ripples swept out in all directions and could be clearly felt even from 10,000 li away. Who's fighting? Such frightening ripples. Could it be that someone is joining hands to deal with a peak-level evil spirit? Peak-level evil spirits have life and death tokens inside their bodies. Only those with life and death tokens can enter Life and Death Palace. Seems like someone can't wait any longer and is looking for a partner. Although there weren't many young experts left in the core area, and most of them had been transported out, the core area wasn't that big and the distance between them wasn't that far. Thus, there were only 6 or 7 people who sensed the commotion. However, they didn't think that someone was fighting a peak-level evil spirit alone. A peak-level evil spirit was not something that a single person could contend against. They really wanted to go and take a look, but they didn't dare. In the secret realm, everyone was an opponent. If they went, they would be courting death. If they didn't get killed by a peak-level evil spirit, then they would be killed by a group of young experts. Patience was a must. Yi Chen's current situation was extremely bad. The evil spirit was like a perpetual motion machine that would never tire. The battle had already gone on for 2 hours, and the evil spirit was still in peak condition. On the other hand, Yi Chen was gradually getting tired. In the end, Yi Chen was a human, a living being with flesh and blood. He had his limits. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as Yi Chen was struck by the evil spirit for the first time. The clothes on his chest were torn apart, and the pseudo-extreme grade bronze armor exploded with blazing sparks. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen's entire body was flung away, and his sword domain was broken by itself. Not good. Circulating his undying body with all his might, Yi Chen pushed his sword steps to the limit. With a slight flicker, he evaded the evil spirit's consecutive attacks. Roar! Letting out a roar, the evil spirit tilted its head and spat out a light beam condensed from life and death chi. The light beam shattered the space and landed on Yi Chen's shoulder. His body tumbling, Yi Chen was buried deep into the ground. Boom! 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 The evil spirit wouldn't let Yi Chen go so easily. The meaning of its existence was to kill anyone who entered the life and death secret realm. The ground was rolling and shaking. The land within dozens of miles seemed to have turned into brown boiling water, bringing up waves of dirt. If someone were to dive into the ground, he or she would find that the ground had turned into sand and was continuously rolling and shaking. In such a harsh environment, even a third-level life and death challenge warrior would not be able to make it out alive. After attacking the ground for hundreds of times, the evil spirit opened its mouth, and a light ball of life and death chi took shape. It then shot toward the center of the ground. Rumble! A sand fountain appeared on the ground, and the sky turned dusky. Hovering in the air, the evil spirit stopped attacking. It could sense that there was no longer any life fluctuation underground. This troublesome human was already dead. Life and death reincarnation. Life is not the starting point, and death is not the end. The lifeless underground suddenly burst forth with a powerful life force. Grass and trees grew at a visible speed on the destroyed land. In just a few moments, hundreds of li had turned into an oasis. The ground caved in, and Yi Chen flew out, his aura soaring. At this moment, he was in the second layer of life and death chamber. The life and death chi had vaguely formed a simple cycle, growing and multiplying without end. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Raising his head, Yi Chen looked at the evil spirit that was about to leave with an intense battle intent in his eyes. Swish! The evil spirit had no emotions and didn't know what shock was. Seeing that Yi Chen wasn't dead, it flashed over and continued to attack. Without retreating, Yi Chen swung the evil vanquishing sword. As the sword tip streaked across the space, it tore open a pitch-black crack. Chapter 850. Tearing Space. Yi Chen could now do it as well. He could feel that the sword tip seemed to have broken through some kind of barrier. The sword's speed and might kept increasing, as if that pitch-black crack was increasing the speed of the evil vanquishing sword. Pa! The giant wolf evil spirit's right claw collided with the evil vanquishing sword. However, there was no earth-shattering sound. Instead, it was like a glass bottle shattering. Of course, it was not the glass bottle shattering, but the space shattering. The giant wolf evil spirit and Yi Chen both had the ability to tear space. When their powers collided, it was almost equivalent to the full power attack of an ordinary life and death king. For the first time, the giant wolf evil spirit was repelled by Yi Chen. Of course, Yi Chen also retreated 100 steps. Right now, my offensive power is equal to its, but in terms of battle technique, it is far inferior to me. A smile appeared on his face as Yi Chen's figure flickered, shooting toward the giant wolf evil spirit with a speed surpassing his previous speed. Wherever he went, the space would wrinkle. The giant wolf evil spirit had no intelligence and didn't know what emotions were. Seeing Yi Chen's attack, it immediately steadied its body and met him head-on. Spiritual sword. When the distance between the two was less than 100 meters, Yi Chen suddenly thrust his sword and flicked his wrist. Puff, 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 puff. Countless tiny cracks appeared in the void. Before the giant wolf evil spirit could even approach, it was already riddled with holes, as if it had turned into a sieve. However, top-level evil spirits were not so easy to kill. These injuries were not fatal to the giant wolf evil spirit, making it hard to disperse. Opening its huge mouth, the giant wolf evil spirit spouted a light ball containing life and death chi toward Yi Chen. The light ball pierced through the void and appeared before Yi Chen in a flash. Waning moon. Yi Chen drifted back in the air, slashing the evil vanquishing sword horizontally. The black waning moon split the light ball into two, and the powerful sword energy similarly pierced through the space. The giant wolf evil spirit could sense the change in Yi Chen's power. It opened its huge mouth and shot out light balls condensed from the power of life and death towards Yi Chen. Faced with these numerous balls of light, Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless, and he released his sword domain. Under the envelopment of the sword domain, even space seemed to have become much sturdier. As the balls of light pierced through space, their might was greatly reduced, and their speed was also reduced by several times. Thus, they were sliced apart by Yi Chen one after another. At the same time, Yi Chen quickly approached the giant wolf evil spirit. While it was absorbing the life and death chi of the heaven and earth, Yi Chen slashed out with his sword. It was bewitching mirror-shattering. The giant wolf evil spirit was sealed in a special space. When the space shattered, its body also shattered, turning into thousands of pieces like a broken mirror. The power of the bewitching mirror shattering was already extremely horrifying. Before Yi Chen had reached the level of tearing space, it already had the destructive power to shatter space. Now that his cultivation base had reached the second level of life and death challenge, the power of the bewitching mirror shattering had increased, allowing him to kill the evil spirit with one sword attack. As soon as the evil spirit died, the life and death token floated out of its body, emitting a special vibration. Finally killed, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. If the evil spirit still hadn't died, he would have no choice but to take out the Sky Scorpio sword and directly kill it. After all, he wouldn't be able to make successive breakthroughs in a short period of time, and the evil spirit would only get more and more powerful as it battled. With a wave of his hand, the life and death token landed in Yi Chen's hand. After carefully examining it, Yi Chen put it into his storage ring. The first life and death stone helped me break through to the first level of the life and death challenge. Although the second one did not help me break through, under the pressure, I still managed to break through. Adding this life and death stone in my body, I still need 3 more life and death stones to break through to the third level. Once he left the secret realm, there would be a huge problem waiting for Yi Chen. Yi Chen couldn't relax at all, as he had to get 3 stones within the time limit. Let's keep hunting. The evil spirits in the core area are very limited. After killing all of them, I can only go to the life and death palace to try my luck. With a flash of his body, Yi Chen disappeared from where he was standing. Blood Sky Land, Thousand Wolf Plains, White Wolf Martial School. As one of the top 10 beast martial schools, the White Wolf Martial School had a huge building area. There were 3 inner and 3 outer layers, and most of the outer layers were werewolves. The lowest among them was rank 5. Although they couldn't transform into human form, they could all walk upright due to some special methods, which made them in between human and wolf forms. Although there were also werewolves in the inner layers, some of them could transform into human form as well. Being able to transform into human form meant that they were definitely at rank 7. Why is Wolf Warrior back? Isn't the life and death secret realm not over yet? Something is not right. Could it be that wolf warrior was killed in the secret realm? That is possible. All of the wolf beasts discussed among themselves, looking horrified. Wolf, what is going on? Inside a palace in the core area of the White Wolf Martial School, a white-haired elder walked out. The elder's eyes were green, and his pupils were vertical. Shoo! Wolf warrior turned into a beam of light and landed on the ground. Great master, I have been killed. Wolf warrior's face was full of shame, but it was also filled with uncontrollable anger and frustration. What? Who killed you? Is it our Blood Sky Land, True Spirit Land, or Sky Sword Land? The elder's face was dark and serious. It was a human right here in our Blood Sky Land. Human, the human martial geniuses in our Blood Sky Land who can kill you are only the 4 demons. Among them, Ling Hui should not be your opponent, Undying Demon Lord, Tai Kwangzuin, and the demon Lady Blade. They should know the rules of the Blood Sky Land, right? Wolf Warrior shook his head, not them. It is a human I have never seen before. He seems to be related to the demon Lady Blade, Lan Sanmei. He is wearing blue robes, and his weapon is a sword. He looks to be in his early 20s. No matter who he is, I will make him die without a grave. If he has a martial school in the Blood Sky Land, then my White Wolf Martial School will destroy his martial school. The elder said with a cold tone. Tiger Roar Mountain, Sky Tiger Beast Martial School, inside the Sky Tiger Palace. The one who killed you is not one of the 4 demons, but a human sword artist? And he is related to the demon Blade, Martial School's girl, Lan Sanmei. Damn it. The leader of the Sky Tiger Beast Martial School happened to be in the sect. Seeing young Tiger Warrior's sudden return, he was extremely shocked. After asking, he found out that he was killed by a human sword artist. How could he not be angry? Go into seclusion first. Don't come out until you reach the 3rd layer of Life and Death Challenge. This is your punishment. The leader of the Sky Tiger Beast Martial School said coldly to young Tiger Warrior. Yes. Young Tiger Warrior also knew that he was killed because he was not powerful enough. Therefore, he was willing to accept the punishment. However, he still hated Yichen a lot. If he had not been killed, he would have had the chance to find enough life and death stones and reach the 3rd layer. Inside a valley in the core area of Life and Death Secret Realm, Feng Piaoling had just killed a relatively powerful high-level evil spirit. He was quite lucky, as there was a life and death stone inside the evil spirit's body. Seems like I have hope to reach the 3rd layer. Feng Piaoling merged the life and death stone into his body. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his body froze. In the sky above the valley, a teenager in green robes had appeared out of nowhere. Although he did not have a sword in his hand, that intense sword intent had already locked onto Feng Piaoling. As long as Feng Piaoling moved his body, the teenager in green would definitely attack him. Sword Realm Artist, it is you! A hint of bitterness appeared on Feng Piaoling's face. Sword Realm Artist was one of the top 10 sword warriors of the Sky Sword Continent, ranked 4th on the Life and Death Realm substitute list. Last time in the Life and Death Secret Realm, Feng Piaoling had seen his power. In other words, besides Luo Tiandu, no one in this true spirit continent could be his opponent, not even him. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to kill yourself? Sword Realm Artist said lightly, although I am not your opponent, it is impossible for me to kill myself. The bitterness disappeared from Feng Piaoling's face as he said with a low voice, Very good. It seems like you are not that weak after all. Sword Realm Artist waved his hand, and 4 top rank great swords appeared in front of him, floating in the air. Run! Without thinking, Feng Piaoling turned around and tried to escape. If he fought with Sword Realm Artist, he would definitely die. But if he ran, there would still be a chance. Shoo! Feng Piaoling was good at the Wind Profound, so his speed was extremely fast. It was only a flash, but he was already hundreds of miles away. It was as if the wind had become his support. "Do you think you can get away?" Sword Realm Artist lifted up his eyes as he put up his right index and middle fingers, then pointed at Feng Piaoling, who was in the distance. Shoo! 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 4 top-rank great swords shot out at lightning speed, forming a flying sword spell. 1 sword was in the front, while the other 3 were in the back. Outside of the sword spell, there was a blue-colored whirlwind. It was this whirlwind that made it even faster. Wind sword spell. Pooh! Feng Piaoling's speed was very fast, but the wind sword spell was even faster. The sword spell flashed once, and a huge hole appeared on Feng Piaoling's back and chest. His body started to fade out slowly. Even a semi-extreme rank armor could be pierced through so easily. Sword Realm Artist, you are indeed powerful. All right, once I get back to the true spirit continent, I will do Yi Chen a favor. Smiling bitterly, Feng Piaoling's body disappeared, leaving only a life and death stone floating in the air. Sword Realm Artist flew over slowly and made a grabbing gesture, causing the life and death stone to merge into his body. The true spirit continent has fallen. Luo Tiandu, I wonder how powerful you are now. It is Feng Piaoling. From afar, Yi Chen saw Feng Piaoling's body get pierced through and disappear from the life and death secret realm. Then a teenager in green appeared there. Using the defensive sword spell to control the sword spell? Yi Chen flew over quickly. HM? Sword Realm Artist turned his head and looked at Yi Chen with a weird expression. Normal people would not even have the time to run after witnessing his power. But now, Yi Chen was approaching him with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. The second level of the life and death challenge. Your cultivation is not low. Unfortunately, you are too stupid. Sword Realm Artist turned around and looked at Yi Chen coldly. Tell me your name. I do not kill people without a name. Yi Chen said, You should be Sword Realm Artist from the Sky Sword Continent, right? Yi Chen had heard Feng Piaoling mention the 10 Sword Realm before. It seems like you know who I am. Sword Realm Artist flicked his eyebrows. Indeed, I am Yi Chen, the one who will kill you. Chapter 851. Kill me? I am afraid that you do not have the power to do so. The Sword Realm Artist was ranked 4th in the Life and Death Realm substitute list. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the Life and Death Challenge. Combined with the power of the Sword Realm, even warriors at the same level as him would be killed by him. And Yi Chen's cultivation was the same as Feng Piaoling's. It would be good if he could take 3 attacks from him. Oh yeah. Yi Chen did not say anything. I can tell that you are also a sword user. Take out your sword. Otherwise, you will not even have the chance to take out your sword. The Sword Realm Artist could sense that Yi Chen's sword intent was indeed very powerful. Perhaps it was what he was relying on. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful his sword intent was, it would not be able to make up for the gap between their cultivation and attacking methods. Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. His body suddenly leaned forward, flying toward the Sword Realm Artist at an extreme speed. In the middle of his body, he took out his evil, shattering sword and stabbed out. Spiritual sword attack. The distance between the two was still 100 meters. But once Yi Chen threw out his spiritual sword attack, it was almost negligible. The moment the evil shattering sword stabbed out, that hair-thin sword chi had already reached the Sword Realm Artist. A pitch-black hole appeared in the midair, landing on the Sword Realm Artist's protective Zhen Yuan layer. Swoosh! The protective Zhen Yuan layer was punctured. What? The Sword Realm Artist was shocked. That sword attack of Yi Chen's was not only extremely fast, but also untraceable. What was even more horrifying was that it had pierced through the space. With such a horrifying attacking power, how could he not be shocked? Break! Right then, the Sword Realm Artist realized that he had underestimated Yi Chen. Compared to Feng Piaoling, Yi Chen's power was way more powerful, and he could even pierce through the space. Having no time to use his sword realm, the sword realm artist reached out his right index finger. The tip of his finger shone with a silver light, looking like it was made of metal. He then pointed out his finger heavily on that hair-thin sword chi. Yi Chen squeezed his eyes. This sword realm artist was indeed a top sword artist of the Sky Sword Continent, being able to stop his spiritual sword attack in advance. Of course, it was also related to the distance. If he performed his spiritual sword attack at a close distance, unless the sword realm artist's attacking speed was the same as Yi Chen's, he would not be able to block it. Chin, Puchi. The tip of his finger came into contact with the sword chi, and sparks burst out. Then a small hole was pierced through the tip of his finger, and blood spurted out from the small hole. Not good. The sword realm artist could feel an extremely horrifying, shapeless sword chi entering his body through his fingers. Once the sword chi entered his body, although he would not be severely wounded, he would definitely suffer from internal injuries, which would decrease his battling power drastically. It was not something he wanted to see, so he was a bit regretful. He should not have been careless. Backing out quickly, the sword realm artist grabbed his right arm with his left hand and pushed out his Zhen Yuan, forcing out the invisible sword chi that had invaded his right arm, not giving it a chance to attack. Forcing out the sword chi, the sword realm artist raised his head and looked at Yi Chen with a serious expression. Although he had been careless and hadn't used his sword formation, that finger attack of his was a move that he was proud of. It was called the Silver Light Golden Finger. The Silver Light Golden Finger wasn't a profound martial art, but a mid-tier heaven-class secret art. It was extremely powerful, but Yi Chen's sword move was clearly above the Silver Light Golden Finger, causing him to suffer a little. Quite an impressive finger technique. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Although the power of the spiritual sword attack was not as powerful as the waning moon and the bewitching mirror shattering, it was still not something that normal people could handle. The fact that the sword realm artist was able to cancel out half of the spiritual sword attack's power must have something to do with this finger art. Very well. I admit that I have underestimated you. Your power is way more powerful than Feng Piaoling's. Waving his hand, 4 top-rank great swords floated in front of him as he said word by word. Bring out your most powerful power. Otherwise, the battle will be over soon. To be honest, Yi Chen was a bit excited. He had never seen anyone use a sword spell as an attacking method. Although the Sky Sword artist from the True Spirit Continent had used a sword spell as well, that sword spell used energy as the core. It did not contain any defensive sword spell, nor did it contain the profound mysteries of the sword spell. How arrogant you are! The sword realm artist was furious. He had always been the one looking down on his opponents, but he did not expect to be looked down on by Yi Chen today. He decided to use the sword spell to kill Yi Chen slowly, instead of killing him right away. Otherwise, it would be too easy for him. Wind sword spell. Pointing out his sword finger at Yi Chen, the sword realm artist yelled, "Shoo!" 4 swords, 1 in the front and the other 3 at the back, looked like wings in the sky. Surrounded by the blue tornado, they flew toward Yi Chen at an extreme speed. This sword spell not only contained the power of the sword spell, but also his powerful sword intent. 27 sword attacks at the same time. Yi Chen looked calm as he pointed out his sword finger as well. The broken blood sword on his waist took out of its scabbard automatically. It divided into 27 sword shadows and attacked toward the wind sword spell. He knows the defensive sword spell as well. The sword realm artist was shocked. Unfortunately, my defensive sword spell combined with the sword spell has increased its power and speed by a couple of times. Just the defensive sword spell alone would not be able to compete with it. The sword realm artist was also a soul warrior. Of course, his soul was only twice as powerful as normal people's, which was not as powerful as Yi Chen's 5 times. But even so, it was already enough for him to be proud of. Pep! The sword formation of wind clashed with the 27 sword shadows. Countless sword lights burst out in the void. The sharp sword Qi cut the valley into pieces, making it a mess. The 27 sword shadows were even more powerful than the wind sword spell. After breaking through the spell, there were still dozens of sword shadows shooting toward the Sword Realm artist. Impossible. No matter how hard the Sword Realm artist thought about it, he could not understand why the wind sword spell was not as powerful as Yi Chen's defensive sword spell. He obviously knew how powerful the defensive sword spell was, since he had also trained it before the sword spell. Pep! One wind sword spell could not compete with Yi Chen's defensive sword spell. So another 4 high-rank great swords appeared in front of the Sword Realm artist. The wind sword spell shot out and destroyed the remaining dozens of sword shadows, taking back the 8 high-rank great swords. The way the Sword Realm artist looked at Yi Chen was different. The latter's power was way beyond his imagination, and it could not be calculated with common sense. The wind sword spell is only my weakest sword spell. Let's see how you're going to handle my windstorm sword spell. Chin. Inside the Sword Realm artist storage ring was a huge amount of top-rank great swords. A dim light flashed once, and another 8 top-rank great swords appeared. These 8 swords were just like the previous ones, all with the wind element. They could bring out the power of the wind element sword spell to its limit. Go! The 16 swords formed a sword spell that was 10 times more complicated than the wind sword spell. It was like a tornado attacking toward Yi Chen. The whole sky and the ground were filled with the intense sword qi, and the wind started to roar. 39 sword attacks. Although Yi Chen's achievement in the defensive sword spell was not unprecedented, at least until now, no one had been able to surpass him. Situ Hao, who had exchanged the defensive sword spell with him, had only reached the level of 19 sword attacks. 39 sword shadows shot out with a speed that was not slower than the windstorm sword spell. Boom! 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 The power of the windstorm sword spell was not to be underestimated. This time, the two were evenly matched. The windstorm sword spell and the 39 sword shadows had all been shattered, and the great swords had been blown back. What kind of realm has this guy's defensive sword spell reached? The Sword Realm artist had a bad look on his face. Because he did not spend all of his effort on the defensive sword spell, he had only managed to reach the level of 25 sword attacks. But it was already quite good. Plus, the sword spell did not have a high requirement for the defensive sword spell, because the sword spell was a whole, not a single sword. 25 sword attacks were already enough for him to perform any sword spell he had learned. Looking at the 16 wind element great swords floating in front of him, the Sword Realm artist looked embarrassed again. Among these swords, some of them had been damaged, and their power had been reduced drastically. Plus, he did not have all the top-rank swords in his storage ring, so he had spent a lot of time collecting them. Shoo! Putting away all of the wind element great swords, the Sword Realm artist took a deep breath and waved his hand. 36 top-rank great swords, shining with thunder light, appeared. My most powerful sword spell is the Thunder Sword spell. If your defensive sword spell is only at this level, then you will die for sure. The Sword Realm artist said with a cold look. I have said it before, bring out your most powerful power. Otherwise, this battle will be over soon. You are looking for death. The Sword Realm artist groaned. The thunder element great swords in front of him quickly formed a lightning-like sword spell. As the sword spell was formed, a huge amount of thunder and lightning gathered together. After being strengthened by the sword spell, its power continued to increase. The sword light in front of the sword spell kept on shooting out, causing the space to crack open and turn pitch black. Look, there is a huge battle over there. It is the Sword Realm artist. Who is the other one? The huge battle had attracted two people nearby. They were both sword artists, and their sword aura was extremely powerful. If there were people who knew them, they would be able to tell that they were the giant sword artist and the short sword artist from the Sky Sword Continent's top 10 sword artist. It is Yi Qin. I did not expect to see the most legendary sword art genius of our true spirit continent here. On the other side, three people had appeared as well. They were all from the true spirit continent, just like Feng Piaoling and Ji Hairua from Luo Tiandu. They were all top warriors of the previous generation and were on the life and death realm substitute list. As for why they recognized Yi Qin, it was because they had seen Yi Chen's picture before. This is not good. Yi Chen's opponent is the Sword Realm artist, who is ranked 4th on the life and death realm substitute list. Even Brother Luo might not be able to win against him. Yi Chen is still not mature enough after all. The bulky teenager frowned. Indeed, but Yi Chen being able to force the Sword Realm artist to use his Thunder Sword spell is already extremely powerful. All he is lacking is his cultivation. The three were worried. Haha, this brat is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, the Sword Realm artist's Thunder Sword spell is his most powerful sword spell. I am afraid that one attack would be enough to kill this brat. The giant sword artist rubbed his chin as he chuckled. Aren't those some old friends from the true spirit continent? Wait until the Sword Realm artist kills this brat. We cannot let them go. The short sword artist's eyes landed on the three from the true spirit continent. Above the valley, the Sword Realm artist and Yi Chen were a couple of miles apart. Dai, pointing out his sword finger, the Thunder Sword spell shone with a bright thunder light, attacking toward Yi Chen within a second. The whole world was dyed a dark blue color with lightning flashing everywhere. Chapter 852. The Wind Sword spell and the Wind Storm Sword spell were wind element sword spells, which required a very high level of mastery in the Wind Profound. On the other hand, the Thunder Sword spell was a thunder element sword spell, which required an even higher level of mastery. If the mastery was not up to par, then the Thunder Sword spell would have a flaw, and its power would not be able to reach its limit. Even the Sword Realm artist did not know how powerful the Thunder Sword spell was, because in order to push it to its limit, the mastery of the Thunder Profound would have to reach completion. Right now, the Sword Realm artist had only learned 90% of the Thunder Profound. But of course, compared to 10 years ago, he had improved a lot. 10 years ago, his Thunder Profound was only at 70% completion. Although his Thunder Profound was only at 90% completion. Combined with the Thunder Sword spell, its power was still not something normal warriors at the 3rd level of the Life and Death Challenge could handle. Once the sword spell appeared, the whole place was filled with thunder sounds. Endless thunder yuan qi gathered on top of the sword spell, causing it to change drastically. Pop, 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 pop. The space kept on shattering as the Thunder Sword spell attacked toward Yi Chen like lightning. What a powerful sword spell! I am afraid that even the Sword Snake spell would not be able to compete with it. The defensive sword spell had a lot of attacking sword spells, and the giant sword spell was one of the simplest ones. However, the Sword Snake spell could only be performed after all 33 swords had been performed. Just like the Sword Realm artist's Wind Sword spell and the Thunder Sword spell, the Sword Snake spell actually contains some of the profoundness of the sword spell as well. If one Sword Snake spell is not enough, then I will use 2. Thoughts spun in his mind as Yi Qin put up his index and middle fingers, pointing toward the incoming Thunder Sword spell. Qin, Qin. The Broken Blood sword and the other semi-extreme rank sword, the Black Scorpion sword, took out of their scabbards automatically. The 2 swords turned into 33 sword shadows, which then combined in the air and turned into 2 sword snakes with a cold light. They twisted together in a spiral shape, looking like 2 huge silver snakes. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with sword chants. Rumble, The spring thunder sword formation clashed with the two sword snakes, causing the space to distort and shatter. The vast sword light flattened the entire valley. The few sword lights with the strongest power left deep sword marks on the ground, like abysses. High up in the sky, thunder and lightning flew everywhere, and the sword chi crisscrossed. It was a scene of doomsday. The spring thunder sword formation was, after all, the strongest sword formation of the sword realm artist. It would be hard to resist it with just the sword snake art. The spring thunder sword formation, which was much dimmer than before, broke through all the obstacles and continued towards Yi Qin. A sword formation is a sword formation after all. Shaking his head, Yi Qin held the evil, vanquishing sword in his right hand and pulled it out. A black crescent sword energy landed on the spring thunder sword formation and forcefully split it open. Walala! Countless swords flickered with electric light as they flew about chaotically, and half of them were chipped. Come back! The sword realm artist was shocked and angry. He immediately called back all the thunder elemental swords. As the thunder elemental swords returned, the sword realm artist glanced at them and said angrily, "Damn it!" Among the 36 thunder elemental swords, 13 of them were chipped and had dimmed. Impossible! The sword realm artist's spring thunder sword formation was broken? Marquis Giant Sword's face was full of disbelief, his mouth unable to close. He can actually use the defensive sword art in 2 places at the same time. Where did this guy come from? Moreover, that last sword attack seemed to be catching up to Marquis Sword Star's moonlight cut. Marquis Short Sword said seriously. On the side of true spirit continent, the muscular youngster sucked in a deep breath. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. No wonder the legendary martial genius title had fallen on Yi Qin after Xinhou, and not Degaju or Dantai Mingyue. Back when he was a disciple of a rank 9 martial school, he had never tasted defeat. After arriving at the Sky Martial region, he even managed to suppress geniuses like Degaju and finally reach the top. It has only been a couple of years, and even the young geniuses of our generation can no longer suppress him. The geniuses of the previous generation were naturally not as talented as the geniuses of the new generation, but they had more time to accumulate. Logically speaking, it would still take a couple of years for the new generation to catch up. But it was obvious that Yi Qin had already accumulated enough in a couple of years and did not need to wait for a couple more years. Impressive! The other 2 forced a chuckle, feeling a bit more respect for Yi Qin. Flying sword spell. Sword realm artist was also a straightforward person. Seeing that even his most powerful thunder sword spell could not do anything to Yi Qin, he immediately took out 12 intact wind element great swords, forming a sword spell that looked like a flying bird. The sword spell appeared under his feet, carrying him as he flew out at an extreme speed. Within a second, he was already in the sky. Yi Qin did not expect Sword Realm Artist to leave this easily. Plus, this flying sword spell was way too fast. Even if he chased right now, he would not be able to catch up, since the speed of the sword spell was not that much slower than his defensive sword spell. This kind of person is indeed troublesome. Putting the evil-shattering sword back into its scabbard, Yi Qin turned around to look at Marquis Giant Sword, Short Sword, and the other 3 from True Spirit Continent. Let's go! Marquis Giant Sword and Short Sword's expressions changed as they hurried to fly out. Their power was not at the top, and encountering Yi Qin would only result in death. Plus, there were still 3 old friends not far away. You sure run fast. The bulky teenager sneered. As a martial genius of True Spirit Continent as well, Yi Qin did not ignore the existence of the 3, so he walked up. These 3 were the top martial geniuses of True Spirit Continent. Together with Luo Tiandu's Feng Piaoling and Ji Hairuo, they were known as the True Spirit 7. They were all in the life and death realm substitute list, and each of them had a very powerful background. They all came from rank 5 martial schools or families. The bulky teenager among them was called Qin Tianxiong, who came from the Qin family, which was second only to the top 4 families. Yi Chen, if you do not mind, how about we search for the life and death palace together? Qin Tianxiong suggested. All right. Yi Chen faintly nodded. After killing the giant wolf evil spirit, he had obtained another life and death stone, so he was still lacking 2 stones. Moreover, in the core region, almost all of the high-level evil spirits had been killed. Rather than wasting time searching for high-level evil spirits, it would be better to try his luck in the life and death palace as soon as possible. After all, the closing of the life and death secret realm was not far away. Seeing Yi Chen agree, the 3 revealed joyful expressions. In truth, the 3 of them naturally did not fear any high-level evil spirits. However, if they ran into a peak-level evil spirit, 1 or 2 of them would die. Now, with the addition of Yi Chen, even if they ran into a peak-level evil spirit, they would be able to contend for a while. Perhaps they might even be able to kill a peak evil spirit and obtain a life and death token. The life and death palace was located in the core region, so it was not too hard to find. The 4 flew towards the core region side by side. It was unknown whether it was Qin Tianxiong's group's bad luck or Yi Chen's good luck, but after advancing for about 5,000 li, the 4 encountered 2 high-level evil spirits and 3 high-level self-destructing evil spirits. Apart from Yi Chen and Qin Tianxiong, the other 2 had their bodies pierced through by an evil spirit, while the other was blown up by a self-destructing evil spirit. Due to the sudden turn of events, Yi Chen did not have the time to rescue them. The situation is different from last time. Last time, there were not so many high-level evil spirits gathered together. Qin Tianxiong's face was unsightly. Be careful, Yi Chen reminded him. The life and death palace was a huge palace with interweaving black and white colors. Its scale was enormous, and one could not even see the edge of the palace. It was like a huge city. On the plaza in front of the palace's entrance, many young experts had gathered. The young experts who could stay in the core region and come to the life and death palace were naturally extraordinary. They were all elites among elites, experts among experts. Among them, there were 7 from Blood Sky Continent: Young Elephant, Young Snake, Young Eagle, Young Undying Demon, Tai Kwangzuin, Lan Samei, and Ling Hui. On Sky Sword Continent side, there were 6, 3 of which were Marquis Sword Realm, Marquis Giant Sword, and Marquis Short Sword. On True Spirit Continent side, there were the most: Luo Tiandu, Ji Hairua by Wu Shiwe, Lu Xiaoyu, Xia Hozuan, Xiao Chuha, Dugaju, Dantai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, and Yan Fengfeng. Apart from the 3 continents, there were also close to 10 people from overseas. 2 of them were acquaintances of Yi Chen. One was Yu Bingxin's aunt, Yu Lingshuang, and the other was the Crown Prince of Blackwater Alliance, Wang Tai. So many experts. Wang Tai's complexion turned somewhat unsightly. Admittedly, some of the young experts in front of the Life and Death Palace were lucky and didn't encounter any great danger. However, most of them had relied on their own strength to enter. There were a few that even made Wang Tai feel a trace of fear, such as Young Elephant Lord of Blood Sky Continent, Sky Sword Continent's Spruce Youngster, and True Spirit Continent's Luo Tiandu. These 3 had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of Life and Death Chamber, and their auras were frightening. Sure enough, there's always someone stronger. I wonder if Yi Chen made it in. With his potential, it shouldn't be difficult for him to enter the core region. I'm just afraid that he might encounter some super experts and get killed. Yu Lingshuang's arrival in Life and Death Palace was largely due to luck. She naturally didn't doubt Yi Chen's potential. However, in Life and Death Secret Realm, before one's strength reached its peak, one still needed a bit of luck. If one's luck was bad and he ran into a high-ranking life and death substitute list member, Everything pointed to disaster. Swish! Behind the numerous young experts of Blood Sky Continent, a figure shrouded in golden flames rapidly approached. Faintly, it seemed to be a woman. Everybody's gazes turned over. However, not a single one of them recognized the newcomer. Of course, apart from one person. It's her. Wang Tai's eyes narrowed. When entering Life and Death's secret realm, he had encountered this woman and was even forcefully knocked away, causing him to suffer a small loss. Naturally, he had a deep impression of her. Humph! She actually passed above Blood Sky Continent's people. I'm afraid she's going to suffer. Wang Tai sneered. Come down. Young Snake Lord had a gloomy and cold temperament. Behind him, a huge 9-headed snake phantom appeared. The phantom was 300 meters tall, and one of its sinister-looking serpent heads charged toward the golden flames. Pung! Amidst the golden flames, Su Jing stretched out her hand and grabbed the serpent's horn. With a forceful shake, the horn shattered inch by inch, and the frightening power spread to the serpent's head, shattering it along with half of its body. A powerful qi fluctuation spread out like a tsunami. Who is this woman? So powerful. Even young Snake Lord can't stop her? Everybody was astonished. Chapter 853. Having lost face in front of everyone, young Snake Lord felt very embarrassed. However, he didn't dare to continue looking down on Su Jing. Each head of a 9-headed snake had its own unique ability. The long-horned head that had just been destroyed was the strongest of the 9 heads. It specialized in strength, and in the Blood Sky Continent, other than young Elephant Lord, no one dared to ignore the attacks of the long-horned head. But facing Su Jing, it couldn't even block a casual shake from her. It could be seen how terrifying her strength was. Wind, rain, thunder, ice. Young Snake Lord roared. For heads of the 9-headed snake phantom stretched out and shot wind blades, water balls, lightning, and ice at Su Jing. The 4 energies were clearly separated. Even a 3rd-layer life and death chamber expert would have to retreat, not daring to face them head-on. Break! Golden flames gushed out from Su Jing's body. Her long hair fluttered in the wind as she punched out. The space suddenly shook and several pitch-black holes appeared. After a sky-shaking explosion, the 4 energies were repelled by Su Jing's attack. What a powerful strength! On Blood Sky Continent side, everyone was discussing spiritedly, especially young Elephant Lord, whose eyes lit up. He was different from young Tiger Lord. The battle elephant bloodline in his body had already returned to its ancestral state, and was exactly the same as his ancestor, the ancient battle elephant. He was born with boundless strength, and a single punch of his had the force of over 1,000,000 jin. Su Jing's strength made him eager to hunt. My battle elephant clan worships strength. Strength is everything. This woman's strength is no small matter. Moreover, she seems to be a demonic beast as well. Young Elephant Lord's eyes flickered as he looked at Su Jing. Now, let's see how you block. Young Snake Lord was in a difficult position. He somewhat regretted provoking Su Jing, but since he had already made his move, he couldn't give up halfway. Otherwise, others would think that he was afraid of the opponent. Leaping up, young Snake Lord unleashed a ferocious attack on Su Jing. A huge 9-headed snake phantom appeared behind him. The 9 heads danced in the air, twisting the space around them. Each of the heads possessed a unique ability, such as ramming, spitting out various types of energy, or opening their mouths to produce an unparalleled suction and binding force. The 9-headed serpent was one of the top demonic beasts in the ancient era. Even though young Serpent Lord only had half of the 9-headed serpent's bloodline and was considered a perfect demonic beast, his comprehension ability far surpassed demonic beasts. That was why his battle prowess wasn't any weaker than powerful demonic beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight against young Elephant Lord. Bang! 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 The golden flames around Su Jing's body were a result of her vital qi reaching the pinnacle. Not only did her punches and kicks contain boundless might, but they were also as fast as lightning. No matter how fierce young Snake Lord's attacks were, he couldn't break through her defenses. Instead, she forced him to retreat, unable to stand stably. Too powerful. The spectators' mouths slightly opened. Who was young Snake Lord? He was in existence, ranked 7th on the life and death substitute list. Those who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him could be counted on one hand. However, Su Jing was clearly a newcomer. She seemed to be in her 20s, yet she could suppress young Snake Lord. Eat my fist as well. The golden flames erupted as Su Jing roared and punched at young Snake Lord. In an instant, the sky darkened and stars flickered like a galaxy. In the pitch-black galaxy, a planet shattered, and its location was right in front of young Snake Lord. Block for me. Young Snake Lord's eyelids twitched crazily. This was a sign of danger. He crossed his arms, blocking his chest and head. At the same time, the 9 heads of the 9-headed snake phantom interwove and formed a huge barrier in front of young Snake Lord. Rumble. This fist art was too tyrannical. The 9-headed snake phantom shattered layer by layer, ultimately landing on young Snake Lord's protective Zhen Yuan. The protective Zhen Yuan shattered, and young Snake Lord's crossed arms immediately transmitted an earth-shattering power. This power had already surpassed young Snake Lord's limit. How could he block it? His feet rubbed the ground as he shot out. Puff! After retreating for 10 li, young Snake Lord spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned pale gold. Young Snake Lord had been defeated. Wang Tai's scalp went numb. He rejoiced inwardly that he hadn't provoked the opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block Su Jing's final fist. After all, he was still lacking compared to young Snake Lord. After defeating young Snake Lord, Su Jing directly flew toward True Spirit Continent's group. She's from True Spirit Continent. Luo Tian was astonished. Dugu Ju, Chu Zhongtian, and the rest creased their brows. Since when had another monstrous genius appeared on True Spirit Continent? Moreover, she seemed more ferocious than anyone else. At the very least, neither Dugu Ju nor Chu Zhongtian had the confidence to defeat her. Haha, Luo Tian, your True Spirit Continent isn't bad. A super powerful newcomer has popped out of nowhere. What, you don't seem to recognize her? Young Elephant Lord was somewhat astonished that Su Jing could defeat young Snake Lord. However, he was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone, including Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled indifferently. Young Elephant Lord, my True Spirit Continent has a lot of newcomers. You'll get to see them if there's an opportunity. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. Young Elephant Lord didn't really care about Luo Tian's words. Don't tell me that all the newcomers of True Spirit Continent have the strength of young Snake Lord? Don't joke around. In Sky Sword Continent's square formation, the spruce-like youngster smiled. Life and Death Palace will open in a while. A life and death token can only allow for people to enter. When peak-level evil spirits appear, we should discuss the distribution in advance to avoid disputes. Almost no one could kill a peak-level evil spirit alone. If they wanted to kill a peak-level evil spirit, they would have to work together. Usually, a peak-level evil spirit would appear before the opening of the Hall of Life and Death. Marquis Swordstar, how do you think we should distribute it? Young Elephant Lord asked. Marquis Swordstar was ranked first on the Life and Death substitute list, head of Sky Sword Continent's 10 swords. His strength was unfathomable, and he was the most apprehensive young expert. Marquis Swordstar said, how about this? Our 3 continents will have 3 formations, and the ocean continent will have 1. For formations, we'll take turns. Let's start with True Spirit Continent. All right, I have no objections. Luo Tian nodded. I have no objections either. It didn't matter who went first or second. Young Elephant Lord nodded in agreement. The 4 formations each occupied a position and calmly waited. Buzz! Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared on the plaza, and a horned humanoid evil spirit appeared. Roar! The humanoid evil spirit faced the sky and roared. A frightening, savage aura radiated in every direction. Even Marquis Swordstar, Young Elephant Lord, and Luo Tian felt an enormous pressure. If Lu Wujian were here, he would have immediately recognized that this was the top-level evil spirit that had killed him. At this moment, it had unexpectedly appeared in front of Life and Death Palace. Everyone, don't hold back. Kill it together. Luo Tian roared and took the initiative to attack. The others didn't dally either, taking out their own trump cards. Including Su Jing, there were a total of 11 people on True Spirit Continent. Each of them was a peak genius, and when they joined hands, their might was boundless. Even a peak evil spirit couldn't resist them. In a few blinks of an eye, the humanoid evil spirit was blasted into pieces, and a life and death token floated out. Soon, the second peak evil spirit arrived. According to the agreement, this time it was the turn of the overseas team with the second largest number of top-grade evil spirits. Although the number of people on True Spirit Continent couldn't compare to True Spirit Continent, they easily dealt with a peak evil spirit and obtained a life and death token. Next was Blood Sky Continent, and then Sword Sky Continent. After one round, each formation obtained a life and death token, which could allow 4 people to enter Life and Death Palace. The other 3 formations only lacked 1 token, while True Spirit Continent lacked 2. Too easy. Yu Lingshuang sighed. She had encountered a peak evil spirit before and immediately fled in fright. But now a peak evil spirit was easily killed without any effort. It could be said that the 4 formations on the scene were definitely the 4 peak youths of Elysium. A 5th formation couldn't be found. The second round ended, and the 4 formations each obtained a life and death token. We're still lacking one. Luo Tian said inwardly, "Why isn't Yi-Chin here yet? Once Life and Death Palace opens, peak evil spirits won't appear. Could he have been killed? Or perhaps he died at the hands of a peak evil spirit?" Ji Hairoa had seen Yi-Chen in Life and Death's secret realm, so she knew that Yi-Chen was very powerful. Among the young experts present, there weren't more than 10 who were stronger than him. Apart from Ji Hairoa, a few others also had an impression of Yi-Chen, such as Duge Ju, Chu Zhongtian, Su Jing, and Lan Sanmei. "It's here." Luo Tian's eyes brightened as another peak evil spirit appeared in his sight. "Kill." The people of True Spirit Continent didn't show any mercy. However, Su Jing, Duge Ju, and Chu Zhongtian didn't make a move. They didn't want to deal with the evil spirit so quickly, because once it was killed, Life and Death Palace would open in a short while, and those who didn't make it would lose the opportunity to enter. Life and Death Palace had its own unique rules. Pum! After all, True Spirit Continent had the advantage in numbers. If a few people didn't make a move, the evil spirit wouldn't be able to resist. After half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a life and death token appeared. Luo Tian thoughtfully sized up those who didn't make a move and sighed inwardly. Creak! Life and Death Palace's gate slowly opened, and no more peak evil spirits appeared on the plaza. "Let's go in." The people of Blood Sky Continent entered first, and 2 tokens were sucked in. Then the people of Sky, Sword Continent, and Ocean Continent followed. "Let's go in as well." Luo Tian led the way. Too late. Duge Ju was somewhat disappointed. In fact, 3 tokens could allow 12 people to enter, while True Spirit Continent only had 11. Since Yi-Chen had arrived, there was still a chance. The last to enter was Su Jing. Before entering, she glanced back once before stepping in. Pa! The last token disappeared without a trace. The time of a life and death token was very short. After this time, the token would be taken away by Life and Death Palace. Damn, we're late. In the distance, two figures flew over. The one speaking was Qin Tianxiong. Not necessarily. Yi Qin took out a life and death token from his storage ring. What? You have a life and death token? Qin Tianxiong's mouth was wide open as if he had thought of a possibility. Chapter 854. Under Qin Tianxiong's astonished gaze, Yi Chen threw the life and death tag toward the gate of the Life and Death Palace. The gate was already open, but a layer of black and white interweaving energy barrier appeared. As soon as the tag touched the barrier, a gap immediately appeared. Come, let's go in. Yi Chen's body flickered into the Life and Death Palace. This Yi Chen will probably shock the whole world. Although Qin Tianxiong didn't ask where Yi Chen got the tag, there were only two ways to obtain it. One was to join hands with others and kill a top-rank evil spirit, and the other was to kill a top-rank evil spirit alone. The former possibility was relatively low because it was hard to run into them in Life and Death's secret realm. As soon as he entered the Life and Death Palace, dozens of gazes landed on Yi Chen's body. The owners of these gazes were all young experts with sharp gazes. Even Yi Chen couldn't ignore them. As for Qin Tianxiong, his body shivered as he almost made a fool out of himself. Yi Chen, you're finally here. Yi Chen, long time no see. Brother Yi. Yi Chen was like a superstar, the object of everyone's attention. As one of the true Spirit Seven, Qin Tianxiong could be said to have a bit of fame. However, at this moment, he had become a side character that no one paid attention to. Following behind Yi Chen, almost no one paid any attention to him. Who is this guy? He seems to be getting a lot of attention. Strange. How can a newcomer be so popular? People from Blood Sky Continent and Sky Sword Continent were confused. Marquis Giant Sword and Marquis Short Sword's expressions froze upon seeing Yi Chen's appearance. A cold light flickered in Marquis Giant Sword and Short Sword's faces were full of fear. They had witnessed Yi Chen's strength with their own eyes, so they didn't find it strange that Yi Chen was getting so much attention. After all, with Yi Chen's battle strength, it was impossible for him to not have any fame. That's right. How did he get in here? It's impossible to enter the Hall of Life and Death without a Life and Death badge. Could it be that he has the strength to kill a top-grade evil spirit? Impossible. He must have joined forces with others to kill a top-grade evil spirit. Didn't you see that there was another person with him? There were probably quite a few people who joined forces with him. In the end, only the two of them were left. Almost no one believed that Yi Chen had the strength to kill a top-grade evil spirit by himself. Or rather, they didn't want to believe it, and each and every one of them came up with a reasonable explanation. The first few voices didn't cause Yi Chen's expression to change. However, the soft voice at the end caused Yi Chen's heart to tremble. His gaze swept across the crowd excitedly before finally landing on a beautiful and quiet woman. Su Jing. After so many years, the two of them finally met again. Su Jing's gaze met Yi Chen's. Unlike before, there was no trace of dominance in her gaze. Instead, there was gentleness and joy. With a smile on his face, Yi Chen walked over to Su Jing. Senior sister Su Jing. Yi Chen was still used to calling Su Jing senior sister. This meant that he hadn't changed. Without waiting for her to speak, he suddenly hugged Su Jing. The latter's soft body seemed very small and delicate in his embrace. Su Jing blinked her eyes, and a trace of redness appeared on her face. Everyone in the Life and Death Palace was stupefied. After all this time, this incomparably valiant and beautiful woman turned out to be Yi Chen's woman. This made many people who harbored hopes disappointed. Young Elephant Lord coldly snorted and clenched his fists. Although it was his first time seeing Su Jing, he had already decided that Su Jing was his woman. Seeing Yi Qin hugging Su Jing made his heart twitch. Yan Fengfeng, is this Yi Chen's real girlfriend? How come I heard that his previous girlfriend was a demonic human? Ji Hairua asked Yan Fengfeng. Yan Fengfeng said uncertainly, they should both be his girlfriends. She had never seen Su Jing before. Su Jing had been brought to the Dragon God Celestial Palace by Dragon King a long time ago. Only the people of South Rudra region knew a little about her. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Qin is quite fortunate. You wouldn't be thinking about junior brother Yi, would you? You mustn't let senior brother Feng pialing down. What nonsense are you talking about? Tightly hugging Su Jing, Yi Qin discovered that his longing for Su Jing was real. The two had known each other long before Morong Qingcheng. Apart from Morong Qingcheng, Su Jing was the one who understood him the most. Exhaling a breath, Su Jing said softly, Junior brother Yi, I thought you would forget me. How could that be? As time passed, the two's longing for each other became even more intense. Before, the two were quite reserved and didn't do anything out of line. But now everything was natural. Yi Qin let go of Su Jing and carefully sized her up. After so many years, Su Jing hadn't changed much. However, between her brows, there was a unique, heroic spirit of a woman. What puzzled Yi Qin was that the strength in Su Jing's body was a bit special. It didn't seem like the strength of a human's body, but rather that of a demonic beast. But there was also a huge difference between it and ordinary demonic beasts. As the two approached each other, the dragon power in Yi Qin's body started to stir. Su Jing seemed to have noticed something in Yi Qin. Junior brother Yi, I'm actually not a human. I should have guessed a little. Yi Qin had heard Su Jing talk about her life before. She said that her first memory was from the age of 10. Before that, it was a blank. After that, Dragon King told Yi Qin some things about Su Jing. So Yi Qin vaguely knew that Su Jing's background was very special. Now that he saw the changes in Su Jing, he could more or less guess some things. I'm from the dragon race. Su Jing told her secret to Yi Qin. Dragon race? Yi Qin's heart jumped. Then the strength in your body is dragon power. No wonder he could feel the dragon power in his body becoming restless. The dragon power was also known as the sub-dragon power, while the dragon power was the pure power of a giant dragon. It was different from the sub-dragon power in that it was of a higher level and more powerful. Yes, I'm a golden dragon of the dragon race, and the strength I cultivate is golden dragon power. Due to some special reasons, I was turned into a human when I was born, and then I fell into a deep sleep. 10 years later, I was found by my adoptive parents and woke up. After that, I grew up like other humans. Su Jing said slowly, It doesn't matter if you're a human or a golden dragon. As long as you're still senior sister Su Jing, it's fine. Yi Qin didn't feel the slightest bit of rejection in his heart. Rumble. They were currently in a huge secret chamber. It was squarish, more than 1,000 meters in length, width, and height. A stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of the chamber. 36 names were inscribed on it. Quite a few of the people present had their names on it, but the order of their names was different. This is the name list of the previous life and death substitute list. Someone blurted out. On the stele, the first and second names belonged to none of the people present. Marquis Swordstar was 3rd, Luo Tindu was 4th, Young Elephant Lord was 5th, Marquis Sword Realm was 6th, Young Undying Demon Lord was 7th, and Young Snake Lord was 9th. Behind them were Feng Piaoling, Jihai Rua, Qin Tianxiong, Marquis Sword Tyrant, Young Tiger Lord, and the others. Rumble. Another stone tablet fell down, but it was blank on top. Everyone knew about the life and death secret realm, and they knew that this was a stele with a strange power. As long as one's name was carved on it, it would carry their own life aura. The stele would then rank the participants according to the strength of their life aura. Of course, the first ranking didn't count and could only be used as a reference. The first one to leave his name was a young expert from the ocean. However, as the second and third people went up to leave their names, the first one became the last one, as his life chi was the weakest. As far as Yi Qin knew, this stone stele ranked people according to their cultivation base and life level. For example, if two people were both humans, then the one with the higher cultivation base would naturally have a higher life chi. Similarly, if one was a demonic beast and the other was a human, then under similar cultivation conditions, the demonic beast would usually have a higher life chi. Soon, more than a dozen people had already left their names. Let me try. Yi Qin walked up and used his finger power to carve his name on the stele. Swish! As soon as the two words Yi Qin appeared, he immediately rushed to the first place. Such a high life aura! Among the dozens of people before him, some of them are demonic beasts at the second layer of life and death chamber, but their life aura can't even compare to his. Many people revealed a surprised expression. Ling Hui also left his name, but he wasn't even in the top 3. After all, he wasn't a demonic beast, and his cultivation base didn't have an advantage. Next, apart from young Undying Demon Lord, Marquis Star Sword, and Chu Zhongtian, almost all the young experts left their names. Unfortunately, the first place was still Yi Qin, which puzzled many people. It should be known that Luo Tiandu and Tai Kuangzuan were both experts at the third layer of life and death chamber. They were all humans, so there was no reason for their life aura to be lower than Yi Qin's. This Yi Qin, I'm afraid he's not so simple, Luo Tiandu said inwardly. Damn it, his life aura is actually higher than mine. Wang Tai was annoyed. Previously, killing Yi Qin was as easy as lifting a finger, but now the latter's life aura was even higher than his. This was unacceptable to him. He must have cultivated some life-saving method, making his life aura higher than ordinary people's. But life-saving doesn't count as battle power. Wang Tai didn't forget that Yi Qin still had a huge amount of Zhan Yuan crystals on him, which belonged to Blackwater Alliance. Marquis Star Sword has gone up. With his cultivation base, he should be the first. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Marquis Star Sword left his name. Swish! Ranked second. Marquis Star Sword couldn't surpass Yi Qin. Interesting. Marquis Star Sword didn't get angry, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Yen Feng Feng was third, and Divine Shark Princess Sha Ruoqing was fifth. Young experts left their names one after another, but none of them could surpass Yi Qin. Let me try. Dugu Ju's Dan Tai Mingyue's ranking wasn't anything special, and Chu Zhongtian, who had the evil spirit body, hadn't tried yet. This time, Yi Qin's ranking was almost pulled down. Chu Zhongtian's life aura was too powerful, and he almost rushed to the first place several times. However, Yi Qin's life aura was extremely tenacious, and he managed to maintain his position. Young Snake Lord's injuries had already recovered. He sneered, thinking that he would have no problem taking the first place. After all, his cultivation base wasn't inferior to anyone. He had long since reached the peak of the third layer of life and death chamber, and he had half Hydra bloodline. Chapter 855. Young Master Snake quickly carved his name in front of the life and death stele. Whoosh! Second. Young Snake Lord's vitality didn't surpass Yi Qin's. For a time, an uproar broke out. What's going on? If the others didn't surpass him, there would still be a reason. However, Young Snake Lord's cultivation base has already reached the peak of the third layer of life and death chamber, and he also has half of the Hydra bloodline. Logically speaking, he should have surpassed him. Is Yi Qin not human? It must be a human. No one here is blind. Everyone was puzzled by this result. Impossible. Young Snake Lord's first reaction was that there was something wrong with the life and death stele. Young Snake Lord, it seems like you've neglected your cultivation for so many years. Young Undying Demon Lord grinned and walked over to the stele to leave his name. First, finally, someone surpassed Yi Qin. He was the head of the Blood Sky Continent's 4 demons, the young, undying demon lord. As expected, it is because of the undying body Yi Qin thought. Undying body was the basic ability of life and death kings. With an undying body, one's life chi would naturally be very powerful. Yi Qin had an undying body, and so did young, undying demon lord. At this moment, the ranking would be based on cultivation base. Seeing that the young, undying demon lord had surpassed Yi Qin, everyone finally confirmed that there was no problem with the life and death steal. Yi Qin's life aura was indeed very strong, above most people. In the end, only young Elephant Lord and Su Jing didn't take the test. Last time, young Elephant Lord's life aura was below young, undying demon lord's. This time, it was hard to say who was stronger. Among the crowd, young, undying demon lord was only apprehensive of 3 people: Marquis Sword Star, Luo Tiandu, and young Elephant Lord. Young Elephant Lord was especially apprehensive of young, undying demon lord. Although the former 2 were very strong, they would still be injured if hit. Only young Elephant Lord's strength and defense were frighteningly strong, which specifically restrained him. Seeing young Elephant Lord take the test, young Undying Demon Lord's eyes squinted. If young Elephant Lord's vitality was lower than his, then he had more than 50% chance of surpassing young Elephant Lord. He might even have a chance of fighting for the first place on the life and death substitute list. Young Elephant Lord was very relaxed. He knew very well how strong his life aura was. Leave your name. Whoosh! First place. Young Elephant Lord had surpassed Yi Qin and young Undying Demon Lord, occupying the top position. Seems like young Elephant Lord has a chance to fight for the first place in the life and death substitute list. Last time, young Undying Demon Lord's vitality was first. Now that young Elephant Lord has surpassed him, won't the gap be getting bigger and bigger? You can't say that. The young Undying Demon Lord might have even more powerful methods. After all, so many years have passed. It's hard to say how much they have improved. That makes sense. Life aura is only for reference. Everyone discussed animatedly. Senior Sister Su Jing, it's your turn. Yi Qin released Su Jing's hand. Su Jing nodded and stepped forward. Others might not know, but Yi Qin clearly knew that Su Jing's life aura was definitely first. Golden Dragon was a demonic beast in Elysium's legends, a true dragon. In Elysium, not to mention dragons, even sub-dragons were extremely rare. It could be said that Golden Dragon was an existence that surpassed the 100 ancient beasts and belonged to the realm of legends. As Yi Qin expected, Su Jing's name was at the top, faintly suffused with a golden radiance, looking incomparably sacred. This scene naturally left many people dumbstruck. Each and every one of them looked at Su Jing suspiciously, as if trying to guess her identity. I've already returned to my ancestry, but I'm actually being suppressed. Young Elephant Lord could sense that Su Jing was not a human, nor was she a demonic beast. That's fine. Ordinary women are not worthy of me. Only such women are worth fighting for. As for that kid, I'll find an opportunity to beat him to death. Young Elephant Lord glanced at Yi Qin with killing intent. Buzz! In front of the steel, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared, and a vague human figure appeared. The figure was expressionless as he said coldly, "This ranking will still be based on points. Everyone will have to fight against everyone once. If you win, you will get 1 point. If you lose, you won't get any points. The winner will get 3 life and death stones, second and third place will get 2 life and death stones, and 4th to 10th place will get 1 life and death stone. The first will get 3 life and death stones, and the second and third will get 2 as well." A smile appeared on Yi Qin's face. He still needed 2 life and death stones to break through to the 3rd layer of life and death chamber. Once he did so, who would have the confidence to contend against ordinary life and death kings. Point's battle begin. The vague human figure disappeared. Immediately after, 36 black holes appeared in the chamber's surroundings. Each of them emitted an incomparable suction force, sucking in one person each. Yi Chen and Su Jing were also sucked in. When he reappeared, Yi Chen was in a small chamber. In front of the chamber was a huge crystal. Through the crystal, he could see the previous, large chamber. At this moment, 2 names shone on the steel. They were Lan Sanmei of Blood Sky Continent and Marquis Giant, Sword of True Spirit Continent. Crack! 2 holes appeared in the chamber's wall, and Lan Sanmei and Marquis Giant, Sword leaped out. It turned out that from the large chamber, the rock-like walls were actually a disguise. From the small chamber, the walls were clearly made of a special crystal. One could see outside, but not inside, just like the special glass of Yi Chen's world. The large chamber was 1,000 meters wide. Lan Sanmei and Marquis Giant Sword stood several hundred meters apart, facing each other. Die. Marquis Giant Sword's weapon was a huge sword that was even bigger than him. He rapidly approached Lan Sanmei and slashed at Lan Sanmei with a rainbow-like sword chi. Ding! Lan Sanmei's blade arts were extremely tyrannical. With a single blade strike, he sent Marquis Giant Sword's huge sword flying. Then, with a swipe of his blade, Marquis Giant Sword's head flew into the air, blood splattering everywhere. Formidable, worthy of being Demoness Blade Lan Sanmei. Demonic blade sex, demonic blade arts are simply a trump card in close combat. Lan Sanmei dealt with Marquis Giant Sword in 2 blade strikes, causing many to cry out in alarm. Damn it! In the small chamber, Marquis Giant Sword's body condensed, without the slightest injury. In the Life and Death Palace, there was no need to worry about death. After the two's battle ended, 2 more names shone on the steel, Deguju and Young Eagle Lord. I wonder what level Deguju's strength has reached. In the small chamber, Yi Chen attentively watched Deguju. The latter's hair was snow-white, and his brows were brimming with a sharp killing intent. It was as if he was born for slaughter. Eagle piercing the sky, Young Eagle Lord didn't put Deguju in his eyes at all. He was one of the top geniuses in the Blood Sky Continent, and he and Lan Sanmei were known as the twin stars of demonic beasts. His talent and comprehension were even higher than Young Elephant Lord and Young Undying Demon Lord. If not for the fact that he was only in his 30s, which was 10 years younger than Young Elephant Lord, he might even be the leader of the younger generation in the Blood Sky Continent. The demonic Power Eagle, which contained its talent, pounced at Deguju with lightning speed, locking onto Deguju's life force. Deguju was expressionless. Clang! The blade was unsheathed. A blade slashed out. Swish! The demonic Power Eagle was split into 2, and the pale white blade light went straight for Young Eagle Lord's head. Young Eagle Lord's scalp went numb. What kind of blade art was this? It actually made him feel despair from the depths of his soul. Screech! Young Eagle Lord turned into a huge eagle demon and soared into the sky, dodging the blade light. You think you can dodge it? Young Eagle Lord's movement was fast, but Deguju's was even faster. He also leapt into the sky and launched a second blade attack. Pucci! One of Young Eagle Lord's wings was chopped off by the blade light, and blood splattered everywhere. Third blade attack. A huge hole appeared on Young Eagle Lord's chest, and the blade light pierced through his body. What a powerful blade art! Is this the strength of a genius blade artist of true spirit continent? Lan Sanmei's brows creased. She was also a blade artist, but there were 2 people who made her apprehensive. One was Thunder Spirit King, and the other was Deguju. If Thunder Spirit King's blade art could be said to be unparalleled, then Deguju's blade art could only give people despair. Young Eagle Lord didn't make much progress. Although his cultivation base has increased a lot, his battle technique has only improved a bit. He can't keep up with the times. Young Elephant Lord shook his head. Young Eagle Lord wasn't lacking in comprehension, but temperament. The false reputation of the demon twin stars had made him arrogant and complacent, causing him to stagnate. On the other hand, Los Han Mei was much more hardworking than him. The third battle was between Marquis Sword Star and Ji Hairoa. Make your move. Marquis Sword Star faintly smiled at Ji Hairoa. I'm going to face him so soon? Ji Hairoa felt bitter. With her strength, she was absolutely not Marquis Sword Star's opponent. Of course, she couldn't admit defeat either. Even if she lost, she had to fight. Bang! With both hands in a circle, a huge Zhanyuan cauldron appeared in front of Ji Hairoa. The cauldron shot out with a majestic momentum. This was Cauldron King Sek's unique attack method. Rip! Marquis Sword Star stood motionlessly and waved the sword in his hand. A speck of starlight pierced through the cauldron and pierced Ji Hairoa's throat. Ji Hairoa was defeated. The gap is too big. Marquis Sword Star is worthy of being called Marquis Sword Star. The #1 sword artist of Elysium's younger generation is none other than him. Marquis Sword Star's sword arts caused many people to gasp in amazement. His sword arts are indeed powerful, but whether he's the #1 sword artist or not, we'll have to fight to know. Chu Zhongtian wasn't convinced by anyone. If he had to pick one person, it would be Yi Qin. The battle for points progressed quickly because everyone had taken out their trump cards. They wanted to end the battle as soon as possible without letting the others notice anything. After all, when two people's strength was about the same, the trump card was very important, and so was the individual's fighting skill. It was impossible to be fair, so it could only depend on the individual's choice. Su Jing's life aura was the highest, and she was ranked first. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but her opponent was the one with the lowest life aura. The result could be easily imagined. The steel flickered once again, and Yi Qin and Marquis Short Sword's name shone. Seeing that his opponent was Yi Qin, Marquis Short Sword cursed inwardly. He would rather fight with Yi Qin later than be abused so early. As long as I can withstand one sword strike, it'll be fine. Marquis Short Sword set a goal for himself. Battle begin. Rip! The battle was over. A sword hole appeared on Marquis Short Sword's forehead. Chapter 856. This battle ended too quickly, so quickly that many people were not prepared for it. It was as if you wanted to watch an incomparably exciting battle, but just as you came back to your senses, the battle was already over, and you could not even savor the aftertaste. What's going on? Marquis Short Sword is too careless. Can't you at least endure a few more moves? Although Yi Chen's attack was fast, some people still believed that Marquis Short Sword had been too careless. Otherwise, with Marquis Short Sword's status as one of the 10 swords of the Heavenly Sword Continent, it was impossible for him to be unable to even receive a single attack. The Short Sword Marquis was on the verge of tears. How could he have been careless? He really couldn't even block a single sword strike from Yi Qin. Not only was it fast, but it also had no trajectory. He couldn't even muster the strength to block it. Damn it, it's finally over. Although it's a little ugly, the others might not be any better. I'm waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. Humans were like this. If they couldn't do it themselves, they would hope to see others unable to do it. This was the logic of throwing caution to the wind. What a fast sword! Others couldn't see through it, but that didn't mean that Marquis Sword Star couldn't. Among everyone present, only he knew how terrifying Yi Chen's sword was. Interesting, I finally found a swordsman that I can fight seriously. Marquis Sword Star revealed a smile. Apart from Marquis Sword Star and Marquis Sword Realm, Sky Sword Continent also had a stunning genius sword artist, Marquis Sword Snow. Marquis Sword Snow looked to be in his early 20s, similar to Yi Chen's Deguju. His real age was estimated to be no more than 30. His appearance was extremely delicate, like a boy next door. However, as soon as he appeared, the other 5 people from Sky Sword Continent, including Marquis Sword Star, all turned serious. As for how powerful Marquis Sword Snow was, none of them knew. Moreover, the existence of the life and death secret realm had greatly increased his cultivation base, like adding wings to a tiger. Marquis Sword Snow's opponent was Lu Xiaoyu, who also used a sword. Standing 100 meters away from Marquis Sword Snow, Lu Xiaoyu didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Although Marquis Sword Snow's body wasn't emitting any sword aura, as a sword artist, he could faintly sense that Marquis Sword Snow's strength was unfathomable and extremely frightening. The battlefield was silent. Neither of them made the first move. After about a quarter of a cup of tea's time, many people began to become impatient. Clang! Lu Xiaoyu drew his sword. The moment his sword was unsheathed, the void was filled with sharp air currents. These air currents were incomparably sharp and were everywhere. They were condensed from sword chi. Marquis Sword Snow revealed a bright smile. Snowflakes danced in the air. So beautiful! Ji Hairua could not help but think. The snowflakes grew larger and larger, and a breathtaking wisp of blood shot out and dyed a large expanse of snowflakes red. It was like a colorful ink painting. Lu Xiaoyu was defeated. From start to finish, Lu Xiaoyu didn't even see how Marquis Sword Snow attacked. Snow profound and water profound, both at 80% completion. Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath. Marquis Sword Snow's strength had truly exceeded his expectations. The snow profound actually belonged to the water profound, but there were some natural variations. The combination of the 2 profounds allowed Marquis Sword Snow's sword arts to be soft and gentle. Combining different profounds would result in different meanings. For example, the combination of the wind profound and fire profound, or the combination of the metal profound and earth profound would result in a lot of variations. However, the combination of the snow profound and water profound would be more focused. Looks like there's going to be another swordsman who I have to take seriously. Marquis Sword Star's brows relaxed as he faintly smiled. Ha, it's my turn. Chu Zhongtian leaped out of the small chamber. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Chu Zhongtian sized up Wang Tai. In your dreams. Wang Tai's face twitched. First move. Without using any powerful moves, Chu Zhongtian was suppressing his opponent with brute force. The dark red rapier in his hand blossomed with a radiance comparable to the sun. Bang! Wang Tai was forced back 4 steps, and the clothes on his chest were scorched black. Second move. Chu Zhongtian was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, charging forward madly. Die! Extending his palm, Wang Tai operated his Zhenyuan to the limit. His 5 fingers released 5 water dragon-like energies, which intertwined and coiled toward Chu Zhongtian. Break! 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 Water vapor pervaded the air, and a red light flickered. Wang Tai's attack was utterly defeated. Chu Zhongtian was like a primordial beast, crushing him like a hot knife through butter. Third move. Raising the rapier, Chu Zhongtian chopped down. Puff! Spurting out a huge mouthful of blood, Wang Tai's chest caved in, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were completely shattered. This guy is too violent. The people of True Spirit Continent shook their heads, feeling sorry for Wang Tai. Dan Tai Mingyue's opponent was Yu Lingshuang. Both of their names had the word moon in them. Their attacks were like moonlight flowing water, faintly discernible and incorporeal. Dan Tai Mingyue was, after all, a monstrous genius of True Spirit Continent. Yu Lingshuang used all her means, but still couldn't do anything to her opponent. In the end, she was defeated. She lost wholeheartedly. Young Elephant Lord's appearance immediately ignited the atmosphere. His opponent was none other than Qin Tianxiong, who came together with Yi Qin. The result was without any suspense. Young Elephant Lord punched, seeming to explode the space. Qin Tianxiong almost turned into a bloody mist. Then came young, undying Demon Lord and Luo Tiandu. Each and every one of them swept through their opponents, not even using half of their strength. After all, it was already commendable for them to use half of their strength. The first round ended very quickly, taking no more than an hour. Although it was only one round, it wasn't hard to see who was stronger and who was more unfathomable. Regardless of whether the others were willing or not, they were destined to play supporting roles. Second round. Third round. After 6 rounds, many people had a rough idea. Blood Sky Continent, Young Elephant Lord, Young Undying Demon Lord, and Lan Sanmei were very strong. Sky Sword Continent, Marquis Sword Star, Marquis Sword Snow, and Marquis Sword Realm were also very strong. True Spirit Continent was quite abnormal. Almost half of them were very strong, such as Luo Tiandu, Yi Chen, Su Jing, Deguju, Chu Zhongtian, Dantai Mingyue, and Yan Fengfeng. Among the overseas teams, Godly Shark Princess Sharuwaching and Jiang Tian were rather outstanding. 7th round, 5th battle, Yi Chen against Wang Tai. Long time no see. Yi Chen faintly smiled at Wang Tai. Damn it! Wang Tai's face was ashen. In the previous 6 rounds, he could already tell that he wasn't Yi Chen's opponent. In such a short time, Yi Chen had actually grown to such a level. This made him extremely unwilling and sullen. After the battle ended, Yi Chen turned around and entered the small chamber. A trace of blood appeared on Wang Tai's forehead. Seems like I've truly underestimated him. Yu Lingshuang hadn't expected this year's life and death secret realm. Peerless geniuses were popping up one after another. She had even predicted that it would be difficult for Yi Qin to enter the life and death realm substitute list. But now, Yi Qin had already become one of the hot contenders for the top 5. It could only be said that her thinking back then was too outdated. This year's life and death secret realm was different from the previous ones. In the 8th round, Sword Realm Marquis lost to Jiang Tian, causing a small upset. Then, Yan Fengfeng lost to Young Undying Demon Lord. Young Undying Demon Lord's undying body was too powerful. The 9th round of the points battle, Chu Zhongtian against Young Undying Demon Lord. Roar! Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to be careless and raised his strength to the limit. Young Undying Demon Lord was ranked 5th in the previous life and death realm substitute list. He was one of the hot contenders for the top 3 this time. In many people's opinion, apart from Marquis Sword Star, Luo Tiandu, and Young Elephant Lord, few could contend against him. Of course, Marquis Sword Snow was also included. Marquis Sword Snow's sword arts were too magnificent. Up until now, almost nobody had been able to take a single strike from him. Yi Chen's sword arts were indeed sharp, and he could kill his opponent with a single strike. However, many people still believed that he was inferior to Marquis Sword Snow. Thus, he was naturally inferior to Young Undying Demon Lord. Break! Fire and earth astral yuan burst forth as Chu Zhongtian's entire body leaped up and slashed at Young Undying Demon Lord. Clang! Young Undying Demon Lord sneered and punched at the dark red bar mace. The enormous power blasted Chu Zhongtian away. Chaotic World Demonic Fist. Young Undying Demon Lord charged over, his fists fierce and unstoppable. Pung, 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 pung. The two exchanged offense with offense, not putting up any defense. As far as they were concerned, defense was superfluous. The only thing they could do was to vent their attacks on the opponent's body. Too abnormal. Is he still human? Worthy of being Young Undying Demon Lord, the one who could exchange 100 moves with Young Elephant Lord in the last competition. This Chu Zhongtian is also very powerful. He can actually exchange so many moves with Young Elephant Lord. The spectators had rarely seen such an intense battle. They all opened their eyes wide, afraid of missing out on any exciting details. This is the undying body. Chu Zhongtian couldn't hold on any longer. He was a human with a body of flesh and blood. Even if he was an astral body, there was still a limit. On the other hand, young, undying demon lord was completely unkillable. No matter how powerful the attacks were, they couldn't do anything to him. Gradually, blood trickled down the corner of Chu Zhongtian's mouth. More and more blood trickles appeared, wriggling like snakes. Being able to resist so many of my moves, you should be proud of yourself. Young, undying demon lord laughed heartily. His fists became fiercer and more tyrannical. Swinging away Chu Zhongtian's right arm, young, undying demon lord's fist landed on his chest. Kacha! Several of Chu Zhongtian's ribs were broken, and one of them pierced through his heart. Young, undying demon lord's victory. This guy, although young, undying demon lord had won, his whole body was covered in cold sweat. His opponent's cultivation base was at the second layer, while he was at the peak of the third layer. Even so, this battle was still very difficult for him to win. He had never seen anyone with such endurance apart from young Elephant Lord. The 10th round of the battle was about to begin. Young, undying demon Lord against Yi Chen. Up until now, young, undying demon lord had fought against the most young experts of true spirit continent. Apart from those whose strength wasn't that outstanding, he had already defeated two popular figures, Yan Fengfeng and Chu Zhongtian, and now it was Yi Chen's turn. He's really in the limelight. Young Elephant Lord smiled. He didn't believe that Yi Chen had the qualifications to contend against young, undying demon lord. I hope his spirit won't be broken by young, undying demon lord. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Marquis Sword Star shook his head. He also didn't believe that Yi Chen could defeat young, undying demon lord. In truth, this had nothing to do with strength. Young, undying demon lord had an undying body. Even if one's strength was a bit higher than his, one still wouldn't be able to defeat him. In the previous life and death substitute list, young, undying demon lord was ranked 5th. The others behind him were not weaker than him, but they all lost to him. There were many people who didn't think highly of Yi Chen. Apart from a few people of true spirit continent, not many were optimistic about him. An existence that killed a peak-level evil spirit alone. How could he not defeat young, undying demon lord? Just wait for the shock. Qin Tianxiong sneered. Chapter 857. The chamber was square, 1,000 meters in length, width, and height. In the center of the chamber, Yi Chen and young, undying demon lord were facing each other. Young, undying demon lord was very tall, more than 190 meters in height. He stood there like a spear, his black hair fluttering in the wind like a black flag. You're very unfortunate. The corner of young, undying demon lord's mouth curled up. How so? Yi Chen asked. Meeting me is your misfortune. In young, undying demon lord's heart, Lan Sanmei had already become his exclusive property. He would not allow Lan Sanmei to have any friendly male friends. Yi Chen had violated his taboo, which was tantamount to touching his reverse scale. This sentence can also be said the other way around. Yi Chen said indifferently, It's useless to be stubborn now. In a while, you won't be able to do so even if you want to. Huh. After saying these words, young, undying demon lord let out a stern shout. A tyrannical aura spread out like mist and ink, twisting the airflow inside the chamber into a whirlpool. Standing in the center of the airflow, young, undying demon lord fiercely raised his genuine and thrust out a palm. The palm power turned into a sky-covering tsunami, blasting toward Yi Chen with a surging might. Chaotic demon palm. Young, undying demon lord is using palm arts. Strange. Seems like young, undying demon lord has other plans. Perhaps he thinks that Yi Chen is not enough for him to use his fist arts. In the past, Young Undying Demon Lord had never used palm arts when fighting others, but this time he had made an exception. Young Undying Demon Lord's demonic Jinyuan was extremely robust, perhaps 2 times more robust than an ordinary peak third-layer life and death chamber expert. The surging palm energy contained both firmness and gentleness, completely surrounding Yi Qin. Shortly after, it loudly exploded, forming a catastrophic wave of qi energy that swept over, turning the surroundings turbid. If the young, undying demon Lord's palm energy was a vast ocean, then Yi Qin was a small boat on it. However, there was a peerless swordsman standing on this small boat, which made it as stable as Mount Tai, light and nimble. Releasing his soul power, Yi Qin sensed that the speed of the huge waves had slowed down. Yi Qin struck with his sword. In an instant, he struck out countless times. The hair-thin sword qi advanced against the current, following the vague trajectory of the huge waves and spreading out. Qi, 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 qi. A shocking scene occurred. Countless sword qi followed the young, undying demon Lord's palm energy and went against the flow. As the culprit, the young, undying demon lord was caught unprepared and his defenses were pierced by several sword qi, leaving bloodstains on his body. This is... Marquis Sword Star and Marquis Sword Snow's expressions changed. Yi Qin's sword trajectory was based on the palm energy's flaw. Young, undying demon Lord's palm energy was like a chaotic undercurrent containing countless different kinds of power. The only flaw was the gap between the different powers. Although they could see it, they might not be able to do it because it required astonishing insight and execution. Even the slightest bit of difference would result in failure at the last step. Powerful. However, relying too much on technique won't allow you to defeat the young, undying demon lord. Marquis Sword Star restrained his astonished expression and faintly shook his head. You actually broke my chaotic ocean. Young, undying demon lord was somewhat astonished. From the previous battles, he could tell that Yi Qin was a character with extremely profound sword arts. Therefore, he didn't use his fist arts, and instead prepared to use the boundless chaotic power of Chao Shi Demon Palm to trap Yi Qin, making it difficult for him to display the might of his skills. However, he didn't expect that Yi Qin's sword arts had already reached such a level. Chaotic World Calamity. The young, undying demon lord rotated his arms, and the surging palm energy converged into one. This energy continuously rotated and collapsed, becoming more and more concentrated and condensed. It was impossible for Yi Qin to find a flaw. The powerful rotational energy caused the surrounding airflow to be sucked in, rapidly collapsing and condensing between the young, undying demon lord's palms. Explode! Using the rotational compression technique, the young, undying demon lord's palms contained a frightening power as he pushed it toward Yi Qin. Boom! Like an erupting mountain flood, the earth's crust cracked, and a doomsday calamity appeared. Boundless power erupted from the young, undying demon lord and rushed toward Yi Qin. Even through the transparent crystal, everyone could feel the powerful fluctuations. Yi Qin is going to lose. The might of young, undying demon lord's palm was too great. The burst of compressed energy had always been extremely frightening. Young, undying demon lord's chaotic world disaster was undoubtedly an extremely brilliant compression technique. Coupled with the water and darkness profounds, apart from a few people, no one would be able to block it. It was an all-conquering attack. Trying to suppress others with force? You've found the wrong opponent. Yi Qin took a step forward, and a destructive sword qi crazily swept out in all directions, sweeping away any incoming airflow. His right hand held the evil vanquishing sword and raised it high. He slashed down. Puchi! The space split open, and a black, waning moon flashed in the void. The young, undying demon lord's powerful compressed palm energy was immediately diverted, as if there was an invisible reef blocking in front of it. No matter how fierce the palm energy was, it was pushed to the side, unable to do anything. Most importantly, this reef was moving. After diverting the palm energy, the black waning moon appeared out of nowhere in front of the young, undying demon, Lord, and heavily slashed down. Rumble! The young, undying demon, Lord's protective Jin, Yuan, disintegrated, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying, smashing into the wall of the secret chamber with a sky-shaking sound. In the first round, the young, undying demon lord had suffered a crushing defeat. Hua! Everybody was stupefied. Yi Chen's battle strength seemed to have only been revealed at this moment, shocking everyone. My metal profound has long since reached 90% completion, and my water profound has also reached 60% completion. As for waning moon, it evolved from golden hurricane. Metal begets water, and as long as the metal profound is not exhausted, the power will be endless. In terms of explosive power, it won't be inferior to chaotic world calamity. In terms of endurance, chaotic world calamity won't be able to catch up. Waning moon could be said to have accompanied Yi Chen's progress. 90% completion of metal profound was perhaps the best in the younger generation. It should be known that the higher one comprehended profound, the more difficult it would be. Many powerful life and death kings only had 1 or 2 profounds at greater completion. As for profound perfection, perhaps only a peerless king like Xianhou could achieve it. Of course, titled monarchs could also achieve it. Achieving multiple profounds to perfection was one of the basic requirements for becoming a titled monarch. Cough! Cough! Crawling up from the ground, young, undying demon, Lord coughed out a huge amount of blood, his complexion pale. Recover for me! Black chi surged out of young, undying demon, Lord's body, and fused into his body. In the next moment, young, undying demon, Lord's injuries were completely healed, but his complexion was incomparably gloomy. Very good. I was thinking that dealing with you so easily would be too boring, but now it seems like I don't need to worry so much. Young, undying demon, Lord wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly said word by word, "You were the main attacker just now. Now it's my turn." Yi Chen didn't put young, undying demon, Lord's words in his heart. Using sword steps, Yi Chen's speed erupted to the limit. From afar, he looked like a beam of sword light, arriving before young, undying demon lord in the blink of an eye and thrusting. Sword step was Yi Chen's supreme footwork that combined the 3 great sword daos into one. Its explosive speed over a short distance was unparalleled. The young, undying demon, Lord, didn't even have the time to react before his throat was pierced. You can't kill me. Being stabbed in the throat, young, undying demon, Lord turned a blind eye. With a fanatical look in his eyes, he straightened his left palm and clenched his right hand into a fist. A palm and a fist bombarded at close range at Yi Chen's chest. In the face of young, undying demon Lord's self-destructive fighting style, many people with similar or higher strength would be beaten to death by him. The young experts of true spirit continent all held their breaths. Young, undying demon, Lord's undying body was too frightening. They didn't know how Yi Chen would deal with such a situation. Yi Chen, you should have a way, right? Chu Zhongtian had lost to young, undying demon lord before, so he clearly knew how frightening he was. Yi Chen also had an undying body, but it might not be comparable to young, undying demon lords. After all, young, undying demon lord's undying body originated from the undying demon art, which gave him an obvious innate advantage. However, if they were to trade blows, Yi Chen still had a high chance of killing young, undying demon lord. Of course, this was under the condition that he didn't use bewitching mirror shattering. As soon as bewitching mirror shattering was used, young, undying demon lord didn't even have the leeway to struggle. It should be known that even peak-level evil spirits couldn't withstand his bewitching mirror shattering. However, Yi Chen didn't plan to use it. After leaving life and death's secret realm, he would have a lot of troubles ahead of him. If he revealed his true ace now, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, his future opponents would be life and death kings. Thus he had to set his sights high. Facing young, undying demon lord's fist and palm, Yi Chen neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, he suddenly released his sword domain. A huge sword pressure instantly acted on young, undying demon lord's body, rendering him unable to move. The distance between the two was too close. The closer one was to the sword domain, the greater the sword pressure one had to endure. No matter how strong young, undying demon lord was, he couldn't endure the pressure of sword domain. The evil-shattering sword slashed across young, undying demon lord's throat. Pucci, young, undying demon lord's head flew high into the sky, blood spraying everywhere. Yi Chen's victory. What? Yi Chen killed young, undying demon lord just like that? In everyone's eyes, young, undying demon lord's body turned sluggish. Like an idiot, his head was chopped off by Yi Chen's sword. Without reaching the peak of broken limb regrowth realm, having one's head chopped off was impossible to survive. After all, the head was not an arm or a leg, but the most important part of the human body. Releasing sword domain, Yi Chen sheathed his sword. Then he turned around and entered the small chamber. The spectators were all stupefied. Yi Chen's frightening strength simply chilled their hearts. If even young, undying demon lord was killed like an idiot, how could the others be any better? What kind of ability is this? Some people were also racking their brains. Too powerful. Chu Zhongtian sucked in a breath of cold air. He originally thought that he was already close to Yi Chen, and might even be on par with him. But now, it seemed like it was just his wishful thinking. Facing Yi Chen, he didn't even have 0.5% assurance. Even if his defense was powerful, he would still lose without a doubt. Chapter 858. I actually lost? How is this possible? Just a moment ago, young, undying demon lord was still high and mighty, saying that it was Yi Chen's misfortune to run into him. But now he was utterly defeated. Such a huge contrast almost drove young, undying demon lord crazy. Lan Sanmei's mocking expression seemed to appear in his mind, making him even more furious and humiliated. In the small chamber, young, undying demon lord clenched his fists. His nails pierced his palms, causing blood to drip down. Such a powerful sword pressure. What kind of ability is this? Marquis Sword Star was, after all, a peerless sword artist. The sword pressure released by Yi Chen at the critical moment was sensed by his keen senses, which made him very curious. However, since Yi Chen was very proficient in controlling this ability, releasing and withdrawing it in a flash, even Marquis Sword Star couldn't see through it. He could only guess inwardly. Sword pressure? Seems like I can't get too close to him. Marquis Sword Snow slightly creased his brows. Sword pressure could only be produced when a sword artist attacked. Therefore, its range was limited and its effect was also limited. On the other hand, the sword pressure released from within one's body was frightening. Junior Brother Yi is still Junior Brother Yi. Your progress is truly unimaginable. A smile appeared on Su Jing's face. In this world, she was the first person to sense Yi Chen's astonishing potential. When the two were still disciples of Sky Cloud sect, she had already predicted that Yi Chen would become a peerless sword artist. And now Yi Chen was not far from this goal. There were more than a dozen popular characters on the scene. Often, two of them would bump into each other and erupt into world-shaking battles. Tai Kuangzuan, Dan Tai Mingyue. Two names lit up on the steel. It's Tai Kuangzuan. Up until now, he hasn't completely transformed. I wonder if this Dan Tai Mingyue can make him go all out. More than half of the popular characters haven't revealed all their trump cards yet. It's hard to say. Tai Kwangzuin had been very low-key up until now, but nobody dared to look down on him. Just his ability to completely transform without losing his mind was enough to make people apprehensive. Popular characters against popular characters, the battle was naturally very intense. Roar! After dozens of moves, Tai Kwangzuin knew that if he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to deal with Dantai Mingyue. Thus, he made a prompt decision and quickly entered his full devil state. His muscles wriggled, and bone spikes filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Tai Kwangzuin had turned into a demon that existed only for slaughter. His speed and strength had reached a whole new level. Kill! Tai Kwangzuin instantly appeared in front of Dantai Mingyue and waved his claw. It was too fast. It was impossible for Dantai Mingyue to dodge. If they were to fight head-on, Tai Kwangzuin, who had completely turned into a devil, would be able to overpower her. Buzz! At that moment, the space around Dantai Mingyue distorted along with her body, and she disappeared. Tai Kwangzuin's claw missed. Space profound movement skill. Everyone cried out in alarm. The space profound was one of the most powerful profound, and it was one of the most powerful ones. Merging this profound into one's movement would allow one to teleport, and the distance of the teleportation would be related to one's comprehension of the space profound. Facing Dantai Mingyue, who had mastered the space profound movement, although Tai Kwangzuin's battling power was higher, he would still lose. I got the space profound foundation, and Dantai Mingyue should have gotten the space profound movement. I wonder what Jiang Tian and Xia Hozun got. Inside the tomb of the 4 Extreme Emperor, Yi Qin, Dantai Mingyue, Jiang Tian, and Xia Hozun had all learned one movement of the void-shattering finger art and one key. Therefore, all 4 of them had gotten some benefits. After beating Tai Kwangzuin, Dantai Mingyue's popularity had reached another level. She had also become one of the top 5 candidates for the Life and Death Realm substitute list. Next was the battle between Lan Sanmei and Sword Realm Artist. Lan Mei's demonic blade arts were exceedingly powerful in both close combat and ranged combat. Sword Realm Artist's Wind Sword Formation and Tempest Sword Formation were scattered by her with a single slash, and the Thunder Rush Sword Formation was also knocked away, changing its trajectory. In the end, Lan Mei slashed open Sword Realm Artist's body and won. The climaxes came one after another. After 5 battles, the battle between Dugu Ju and Young Snake Lord began. Although Young Snake Lord had been defeated by Su Jing outside the Life and Death Palace, no one thought that he was weak. It was mainly because Su Jing's battling power was too powerful. Her strength might even exceed 1,000,000 Jin, which was comparable to Young Elephant Artist. Moreover, her life aura was ranked number 1, which meant that Su Jing's life level was above everyone else's. Young Snake Lord was not weak, but Dugu Ju was not weak either. When 2 powerful warriors fought, there was bound to be a winner and a loser. Dugu Ju's blade art was filled with despair and evil chi. His snow-white hair made him look like an evil god. Facing Dugu Ju's blade art, Young Snake Lord was forced to retreat step by step, and his heart was filled with shock. 9 snakes entering body. Left with no other choice, Young Snake Lord used the secret art he had prepared to fight against Young Elephant Artist and the others. This secret art was a secret art of the 9-headed snake clan of the half-demon race. If one's realm was not high enough, it would bring harm to one's body and affect one's future cultivation. However, Young Snake Lord did not care about that, and he did not need to care about that because the Life and Death Palace allowed him to use the 9 snakes entering body without any worries, and he did not need to worry about getting injured. In such a rare battlefield, how could he not use his full strength? The 9-headed snake's shadow rapidly shrunk and merged into Young Snake Lord's body. Instantly, an intense demonic aura surged out from Young Snake Lord's body. This demonic aura was extremely ferocious, and it greatly amplified Young Snake Lord's aura. It was not inferior to young elephant artist's aura. This is the sky demon's secret art. A term appeared in young elephant artist's mind. Sky demon secret art was a general term for a type of secret art. This kind of secret art could only be cultivated by demonic beasts or half-demons with demonic beast bloodlines. Once the sky demon secret art was successfully cultivated, it could stimulate the bloodline power, causing one's strength to increase explosively. If it was a demonic beast using the sky demon secret art, it could even make one's innate ability even more powerful. As a perfect half-demon, young Snake Lord only had half of the 9-headed snake bloodline in his body, but it was still very impressive. When the 9-headed snake bloodline was stimulated, the human bloodline would be suppressed. Die. Young Snake Lord seemed to have lost all his bones. Each of his movements was completely unrestrained. Sometimes he would clearly attack from the front, but in the next moment he might appear from the side. His explosiveness and flexibility were both astonishing. Dugu Ju's blade couldn't hit him at all, and he fell into a disadvantageous position. Entanglement. Finding a gap, young Snake Lord suddenly broke through Dugu Ju's protective genuine. His soft, boneless body coiled around Dugu Ju's body. He was only 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall, but now he was stretched to 3 to 4 meters, looking like a huge snake. A huge snake coiling around one's body was extremely frightening. Unless one's strength was several times greater than his, it would be impossible to break free. One could only be coiled to death. There was no other possibility. Disgusting. Dugu Ju suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were completely pale, and one look at them made one's soul feel like it was being sucked in. At this moment, young Snake Lord's body was only halfway coiled, and his head reached Dugu Ju's chest. Dugu Ju lowered his head, and the two's eyes unavoidably met for an instant. Ah! Young Snake Lord screamed as if he had been struck by lightning. He slid down from Dugu Ju's body. Dugu Ju was expressionless as he raised his blade and killed young Snake Lord. Dugu Ju's victory. From then on, apart from Marquis Sword Star, Luo Tindu, and young Elephant Lord, all the top rankers of the previous life and death realm substitute list lost to the young geniuses of the new generation. This was a rare occurrence. Every time life and death secret realm opened, 2 or 3 powerful newcomers would appear, which was already very rare. This time, the number of powerful newcomers was far more than 2 or 3. Godly Shark Princess Sha Ruoqing versus Luo Tindu. As the second ranker of the previous life and death realm substitute list, Luo Tindu's strength was unfathomable. Facing Sha Ruoqing's fierce attack, he condensed 9 thick thunder dragons around his body. 9 dragons' defense. Sha Ruoqing couldn't break through the 9 thick thunder dragons, so she was naturally defeated. Next, Yi Chen finally learned what Jiang Tian had obtained in the graveyard of 4 Extreme Emperor. Jiang Tian had obtained a space, profound protective martial skill. By relying on this martial skill, he was able to fight evenly with Marquis Sword Star at the early stage. However, the two were a small realm apart after all, so the victory still belonged to Marquis Sword Star. Space Profound can assimilate and devour energy. Yi Chen had a deep understanding of Space Profound. 2 names lit up on the steel once again. Yi Chen Dantai Mingyue. Yi Chen, I know you've also obtained something related to Space Profound in the graveyard of 4 Extreme Emperor. Use it, otherwise you won't be able to break my spatial teleportation. Dantai Mingyue was extremely confident in her spatial teleportation. It was a high-grade, profound movement art. I will if necessary. Yi Chen nodded. All right, be careful. Dantai Mingyue didn't immediately use spatial teleportation, as it was not the time yet. Her movement art was ethereal and swift, like a sprinkling of moonlight. Midway, she raised her palm and condensed a large amount of moonlight. The moonlight was like a millstone, blossoming with a lustrous radiance as it slapped toward Yi Chen without a sound. Waning moon. Yi Chen's sword swept out, shattering the moonlight and sending a biting cold sword energy toward Dan Tai Mingyue's face. Formless moon soul. Swish. Dan Tai Mingyue's body seemed to have turned into a moonlight. The formless moonlight pierced through the sword energy, arriving not far from Yi Chen in a flash and sending out 64 palm strikes in a row. The 64 palm strikes were completed in one breath, forming a formation that enveloped Yi Chen within. Immediately, a large amount of moonlight exploded, several times brighter than the moon. Too slow. Yi Chen appeared behind Dan Tai Mingyue out of nowhere and stabbed out with his sword. Not slow at all, just right. Dan Tai Mingyue's body twisted and disappeared, appearing behind Yi Chen at the same time. The corners of Dan Tai Mingyue's mouth curled into a smile as she pressed her palm forward. Puff! Yi Chen's body shattered, but there was no blood spilling out. It was a shadow doppelganger. It turned out that Yi Chen knew that Dan Tai Mingyue could teleport. Unless he used bewitching mirror shattering to lock the opponent in place, it would be impossible to defeat her in one go. Therefore, Yi Chen used a shadow doppelganger to deceive everyone. If it was a normal person who encountered such a situation, they would definitely panic. However, the smile on Dan Tai Mingyue's face did not disappear in the slightest. Her body crumbled like moonlight, turning into specks of light. Unknowingly, another her appeared in another place, and in that place Yi Chen was also there, with his back facing her. The spectators were confused. Only a small portion of them could see that after Dan Tai Mingyue teleported the first time, she left behind a moonlight doppelganger and continued teleporting. She seemed to have guessed that it was not the real Yi Chen. Chapter 859. Yi Chen, you lose! Dan Tai Mingyue's right hand slapped towards Yi Chen's back without a trace of smoke or fire. It seemed slow, but it was fast. Even Yi Chen couldn't dodge it in such a short time. Worthy of the space teleportation art, in terms of movement speed, there is no way I can surpass her. Yi Chen had done so much just to prove one thing. What realm had Dan Tai Mingyue's comprehension of the space teleportation art reached? If it was just the first step, it wouldn't be a big problem. With his understanding of space profound, he could easily defeat his opponent. However, what had just happened proved that Dan Tai Mingyue's space teleportation art had reached a higher level. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Dan Tai Mingyue's palm didn't hurt Yi Chen. From between Yi Chen's right arm and his body, a great sword appeared. The great sword was like a venomous snake hissing, colliding with Dan Tai Mingyue's gloved palm. The powerful forces canceled each other out, creating a sharp noise that made people's teeth ache. Dan Tai Mingyue retreated dozens of steps, looking at Yi Chen with astonishment. Did he know that this would happen? Turning around, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Your space profound should have reached a lower level, right? No wonder why you could perform space teleportation." Space teleportation required one to move along the path of space waves. Without a deep understanding of space profound, it was impossible. Dan Tai Mingyue was indeed a monstrous genius. Before Yi Chen showed up, she and Dugaju were called the top 2 monstrous geniuses. Not bad, but I still fell into your trap. Dan Tai Mingyue nodded, not denying it. She had obtained the Void Shattering Finger art a long time ago. With the Void Shattering Finger art, she had naturally comprehended the space profound. When she had obtained the space teleportation art, her space profound had already reached 20%. That was why she could cultivate the space teleportation art to a higher level in just 1 or 2 years. It can't be considered a scheme. If I wasn't cautious about spatial teleportation, then I would be too careless. Yi Chen shook his head. What a terrifying person. He has almost no flaws. Dan Tai Mingyue sighed inwardly and said, "Although I couldn't defeat you, You also didn't break my teleportation technique. I wonder what you will do next? Teleportation also requires time. As long as time is needed, there will be a way to break it, Yi Chen said calmly. Hee, since you're so confident, let's start again. The space twisted, and Dantai Mingyue suddenly appeared on the right side of Yi Chen, then on the left side of Yi Chen. Dantai Mingyue's figures were everywhere. Yi Chen understood Dantai Mingyue's purpose of doing this. She wanted to use the space teleportation art to create space ripples, which would naturally confuse people's senses. What Yi Chen didn't know was that the biggest reason why Dantai Mingyue wanted to do this was because he was her opponent. She didn't think that Yi Chen would be defeated so easily. The previous situation was enough to prove it. Space ripples spread everywhere. Dantai Mingyue's silent appearance caused little space ripples, which were hidden in other space ripples. Raising her palm, Dantai Mingyue was about to attack. Sword domain! A majestic sword pressure burst out from Yi Chen's body, instantly affecting Dantai Mingyue's body. Her figure suddenly stagnated, and her palm could no longer move. A cold star lit up. Yi Chen had attacked. Very fast. So fast that Dantai Mingyue was almost killed. Puff! A wisp of blood sprayed, and Dantai Mingyue's figure was nowhere to be seen. At the crucial moment, Dantai Mingyue forcibly used spatial teleportation to escape from the sword domain. However, because Yi Chen's sword was too fast, she was still stabbed in the shoulder, leaving a sword scar. This sword pressure! From afar, Dantai Mingyue looked over. It was impossible for Dantai Mingyue not to know that Yi Chen had dealt with the young, undying demon, Lord Sword Pressure. Now, she finally experienced it herself. It was very powerful. Without spatial teleportation, she would have been defeated without any suspense. Indeed troublesome, but there's still a flaw. With a faint smile, Yi Chen walked toward Dantai Mingyue. Dantai Mingyue revealed a doubtful expression, not knowing what Yi Chen was going to do. When the distance between the two was less than 20 meters, Dantai Mingyue couldn't bear it anymore. Her figure twisted, and she teleported away. This is the moment. Before Dantai Mingyue disappeared, Yi Chen had already attacked, stabbing toward the upper right. This sword pierced through the space, leaving a pitch-black hole. Puff! Dantai Mingyue's figure appeared, and her chest was stabbed. Since this sword had even pierced through space, her heart was also shattered by the power of space. Dantai Mingyue really wanted to ask how Yi Chen did it. However, she didn't have the time to ask. Where's the flaw? Inside the secret chamber, Dantai Mingyue mumbled to herself. Spatial teleportation. Instant is also time. It means that there's a movement path and there's a time axis. As long as we follow the path of the spatial fluctuation, we can intercept it in advance. If Yi Chen could do it, it didn't mean that others could. Yi Chen's soul force was 5 times stronger than ordinary people. At the same time, he was also proficient in Space Profound. His attainment in Space Profound was even higher than Dantai Mingyue. Breaking the spatial teleportation was just a matter of time. Of course, it didn't mean that other than Yi Chen, there was no one who could be Dantai Mingyue's opponent. Without fighting, no one would know what the other party was capable of. Yi Chen's strength didn't need to be mentioned. Dantai Mingyue's spatial teleportation made many ponder. When they faced Dantai Mingyue, how should they deal with it? Obviously, they couldn't be like Yi Chen, seeing through the flaw and attacking in advance. Next, Deguju and Lan Same met. Both of them were blade artists, and their blade arts were unique. One was proficient in the demonic blade arts, and his close and long-range attacks were ridiculously strong. The other used the despair blade, intent to push his blade art like an evil god. Clank, clank. In the secret chamber that was 1,000 meters in length and width, sparks flew everywhere as the blades clashed. Such a strange blade technique. Deguju's palm was numb, and he almost dropped his blade. Ju wasn't having a good time, but Lan Sanmei wasn't having a good time either. She frowned secretly. Ju's blade art was too powerful. Although the demonic blade arts could shake the opponent's blade, there was also a rebound force. If her blade strength was 90, then Ju's was at least 95. Demonic chop. Holding the blade with both hands, Lan Sanmei slashed out. The blade light became blurry, and in an instant, no one knew how many times it shook, and even the space was shattered. Absolute blade. Ju's blade art was propelled by the despair blade intent. The stronger the despair blade intent, the more powerful the blade art. Ju also held his blade with both hands and slashed out. The blade light was deathly white, slashing through the space. Clank! As the two blades clashed, Ju's arm went numb for a split second. Loshan Mei seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when Ju's arm went numb, she slashed out with her devil blade. Puchi! Ju's head was sent flying, unable to dodge. Lan Sanmei won. Lost. Everyone from True Spirit Continent revealed a shocked expression. If his cultivation base were the same as mine, I would be the one who lost. Lan Sanmei smiled bitterly. Even before entering the life and death secret realm, her cultivation base had already reached the peak of the first layer, and now her cultivation base had already broken through to the third layer, while Ju was only at the second layer. Relying on the disparity in cultivation base, she was able to paralyze her opponent for a split second. At this moment, the 22nd round had already begun. 23rd round, the highlight had arrived. Marquis Sword Snow versus Dantai Mingyue. Yi Chen had defeated Dantai Mingyue as a sword artist. Many people wanted to know whether Marquis Sword Snow could defeat Dantai Mingyue. If he couldn't, then he would most likely not be Yi Chen's opponent. Everyone was very realistic. On the stage, Marquis Sword Snow and Dantai Mingyue stood facing each other. This Marquis Sword Snow can't be underestimated. Dantai Mingyue didn't see any trace of impulsiveness from Marquis Sword Snow's body. The latter was like an ancient well without ripples. Buzz! Dantai Mingyue made her move. Using her teleportation art, she instantly appeared behind Marquis Sword Snow and sent a palm strike. Marquis Sword Snow's figure flickered as he turned around and attacked. What caused the crowd to go into an uproar was that Dantai Mingyue's palm strike was a feint. Seeing that Marquis Sword Snow was about to make a move, she immediately retracted her palm and teleported in front of him. However, the most splendid scene had happened. Marquis Sword Snow didn't even turn around. It was just a feint, and Dantai Mingyue appeared right in front of him. Snowflakes danced in the sky as Marquis Sword Snow's sword was unsheathed at some point in time, emitting a biting cold sword chi. SII. A wisp of blood danced in the air, dyeing a snowflake red. Too frightening. In the distance, Dantai Mingyue still had a lingering fear in her heart. There was a faint sword mark on the edge of her neck. If it wasn't for her quick reaction, her throat would have been pierced in that instant. Amazing! She actually grasped so many things from the battle between me and Dantai Mingyue. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He could tell that Marquis Sword Snow's learning ability was very strong. He had easily grasped the method to deal with Dantai Mingyue. As for whether or not he could truly break the teleportation art, it was still unknown. The battle continued for a dozen more rounds, but Dantai Mingyue couldn't do anything to Marquis Sword Snow. The latter's perception was too powerful, not any weaker than Yi Chen's. Most importantly, his sword arts were impossible to guard against. If Yi Chen's sword arts were full of explosive power, then Marquis Sword Snow's were gorgeous. Snow dance in the sky. Bang! Marquis Sword Snow, who had been blocking soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir, surprisingly took the initiative to attack. His sword arts were gorgeous and fast to the extreme. Snowflakes filled the entire chamber, and for a moment, the spectators couldn't see the two in the chamber. They could only see vague shadows. Pucci, amidst the snowflakes, a sword mark flickered and disappeared. At the end of the mark, blood spurted out as Dantai Minghue's throat was pierced. Too powerful. I originally thought that Yi Chun was stronger than Marquis Sword Snow, but now I don't think so. This Marquis Sword Snow is simply too powerful. His sword arts are gorgeous and dreamy. How did Marquis Sword Snow defeat Dantai Minghue? Did you see it? If I could see it, would I be able to contend for the top 5? Marquis Sword Snow's strength had subdued the majority of people. At this moment, even a portion of people on True Spirit Continent had begun to doubt Yi Chen. Yi Chen was indeed powerful, but this Marquis Sword Snow was also ridiculously powerful. Chapter 860. Yi Chen is in danger this time. Lu Xiaoyu had fought with Marquis Sword Snow before, so he knew how frightening Marquis Sword Snow was. If a sword artist could be fast and accurate, he would already be considered a first-rate sword artist. If he could achieve fine details, he would be considered a top-rate sword artist. However, Marquis Sword Snow's sword arts were still beautiful and dreamy under fine details. Clearly, he had already reached perfection in fine details. Without fighting, no one knows the result. What's the point of guessing? Bai Wuxiue shook his head. The points battle proceeded very quickly. In Life and Death Palace, one could not die. Therefore, everyone took out their trump cards, striving to kill their opponents in one strike. It was not like the outside world, where they would first probe and then gradually increase their strength. After all, they only had one life. If they fought with their lives on the line, it would be either you die or I die. 23rd round ended. 24th round. The first battle was between Su Jing and Young Undying Demon Lord. Young Undying Demon Lord's undying body made many apprehensive. Not everyone had the same ability as Yi Chen, who could instantly suppress Young Undying Demon Lord and easily kill him. If they wanted to kill Young Undying Demon Lord, they would have to be stronger than him. Otherwise, they would only be tortured. However, this time, the one being tortured was not Su Jing, but Young Undying Demon Lord. Pum! Fist against fist. A berserk shockwave swept out in all directions. Young Undying Demon Lord's right arm cracked open, and he was sent flying while spurting out blood. Su Jing's golden dragon power was more than 500,000 kilograms. It wasn't something that an undying body could withstand. Moreover, compared to ordinary vital energy, the golden dragon power was purer and more domineering. It was a top-tier vital energy. Recover for me. Young Undying Demon Lord's undying body had already reached the point of regrowing broken limbs. This was the innate advantage of the Undying Demon Arts, upgrade to a heaven-grade art. Circulating the Undying Demon Art, Young Undying Demon Lord's right arm grew back. He clenched his right fist, producing creaking sounds as if two pieces of steel were being squeezed together. Poison Dragon Fist. How could Su Jing give him the chance to regroup? A golden flame burst out, pierced through the air, and landed a punch on the Young Undying Demon Lord's protective Zhen Yuan. Under Su Jing's attack, the Zhen Yuan was no different from tofu, and a huge hole was easily opened. The fist, shrouded in golden energy, made a small dent in the Young Undying Demon Lord's chest armor. Bang! Blood mist exploded as the Young Undying Demon Lord's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were instantly shattered. He's ridiculously strong. Young Undying Demon Lord was killed just like that. This woman's strength is at least in the top 3 of the life and death substitute list. Compared to a battle of skills, Su Jing's crushing style of battle was much more convincing. Moreover, watching a gentle and beautiful woman turn into a goddess of war was also a delightful thing. Following that, there were also some popular contestants competing against each other. However, these were all contestants for the top 5, so they weren't that excited. At present, there were 8 people competing for the top 5. Marquis Sword Star, Marquis Sword Snow, Luo Tiandu, Yi Chen Su Jing, Dantai Mingyue, Young Elephant Lord, and Lan Sanmei. Admittedly, there was a chance of an upset and a new popular contestant would emerge. However, with the progress of the points battle, such a possibility was too small, almost impossible. Marquis Sword Snow versus Lan Sanmei, the second to last battle of the 24th round. Another peak confrontation began. Marquis Sword Snow, a sword Dao monster of sky, sword continent. His sword arts were gorgeous and dreamy, especially the one he used to kill Dantai Mingyue. It left many people horrified, as they had never seen such a gorgeous sword art before. Demoness Saber Lan Sanmei, the #1 young blade artist of Blood Sky Continent, as well as the #1 young blade artist of Elysium. At least for now, it wouldn't be easy for Dugu Ju to surpass her. A confrontation between a sword artist and a blade artist had always been exciting. Not to mention that their statuses among blade artists and sword artists were both at the very top. Lan Sanmei was well aware of how frightening Marquis Sword Snow was. Therefore, she didn't dare to attack recklessly. She waved her black, demonic blade, sending out a black saber chi that slashed toward Marquis Sword Snow. Marquis Sword Snow's figure flickered like a flickering light, brushing past the black saber chi. With a cry, his sword was unsheathed, filling the sky with snowflakes. What a fast sword! Lan Sanmei's pupils shrank as she hurriedly waved her blade to block. Clang! Lan Sanmei retreated a few steps, her figure staggering. Around her, traces of sword chi splashed out. He blocked it, worthy of being the Demoness Saber. Up until now, no one had been able to block Marquis Sword Snow's sword unscathed. Even Dantai Mingyue, who had the fastest movement speed, was almost pierced in the throat. Snowflakes dance. Snowflakes no longer fell down. Instead, they fluttered in the air and pierced toward Lan Sanmei. These snowflakes were condensed from Marquis Sword Snow's sword chi. They were incomparably cold and sharp. If one didn't try their best to defend, even their protective Zhenyuan wouldn't be able to block them. Break! Lan Sanmei let out a delicate shout. Her black, demonic blade danced in an airtight manner, blocking all the snowflakes outside of an eggshell-like black blade screen. Marquis Sword Snow's eyes lit up. Lan Sanmei's blade arts contained vibrating power. The snowflakes condensed from sword chi were originally not that easy to block. However, upon encountering the vibrating power, they immediately disintegrated, turning into formless chi currents. Demonic chop! The black blade screen shattered, and Lan Sanmei's figure suddenly rushed forward. She waved her demonic blade and slashed out a deep black blade light. The blade light turned blurry, and even the space was shattered. In the small chamber, Duguju's eyes were ice cold. It was precisely this blade that had defeated him. The blade light was as fast as a swan, arriving in a flash. Clang! With Marquis Sword Snow at the center, a large amount of dazzling sparks shot out in all directions. The continuous collision of blades and swords caused Lan Sanmei to retreat dozens of steps. She said in astonishment, "You actually broke my demonic chop with a revolving power!" Demonic chop was a peerless blade art that could only be used at greater completion. The vibrating power contained within was far beyond that of ordinary blade arts. Under this blade, even Duguju, whose blade power was higher than hers, would have to bear a grudge. From this, one could see how frightening this blade was. On the other hand, Marquis Sword Snow's body rotated the moment the blade light reached him. His long sword also followed suit, continuously weakening the vibrating power contained in demonic chop. What a frightening blade artist! What a frightening sword artist! Everyone was astonished. Whether it was Lan Sanmei's demonic chop or Marquis Sword Snow's revolving sword art, both were terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, Lan Sanmei was the one who had exchanged the most moves with Marquis Sword Snow since the start of the point battle. If it were someone else, they would have been defeated long ago. With my strength, it's impossible to defeat him. I can only use that move. A thought flickered in Lan Sanmei's mind, and her gaze turned cold. Swish! Lan Sanmei quickly approached Marquis Sword Snow while hiding the black, demonic blade at his waist. Marquis Sword Snow's intuition told him that Lan Sanmei's blade was extremely frightening. His expression turned grave, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Annihilation chop. Lan Sanmei's right arm turned indistinct as he instantly shot out a blade strike. The vibrating frequency of this strike was even higher than demonic chops, to the point that before the strike could be completely unleashed, countless flowers of blood blossomed on Lan Sanmei's right arm. This was a sign that his body couldn't bear the vibrating frequency. As the blade was unleashed, the space shattered and shattered. Delightful! Only in the life and death palace would I dare to unleash this strike. As soon as the blade was unleashed, Lan Sanmei's spirit, chi, and soul seemed to have been emptied. Freezing sword point. Marquis Sword Snow's expression had never been so grave before. His sword shot out almost at the same time as Lan Sanmei's blade. An ice-blue trajectory brushed past the demonic blade. Due to the vibrating power contained in the demonic blade being too powerful, Marquis Sword Snow's sword, which was originally aimed at Lan Sanmei's throat, was deflected and ultimately pierced the latter's left shoulder. Kacha! Lan Sanmei's left shoulder was instantly sealed in ice, which quickly spread to his chest and abdomen. With a bang, a small half of Lan Sanmei's body shattered like an ice sculpture. Lan Sanmei had been defeated. On the other hand, Marquis Sword Snow's left arm had been severed from the elbow, and his blood dyed the ground red. For the first time, Marquis Sword Snow was gravely injured, losing an arm. In the small chamber, Lan Sanmei sighed. Annihilation chop can only be used when one has reached perfection in demonic blade arts. If it was outside, this strike would have severely injured the user. It's a blade move that kills 1,000 enemies while injuring oneself 800. Unfortunately, I still couldn't beat him. That sword's power was condensed into a single point, not even the slightest bit leaking out. If it hadn't brushed past the demonic blade, my whole body would have been sealed in ice and shattered. Marvelous, truly marvelous. This battle could be said to be a pinnacle battle. Marquis Sword Snow's sword art and Lan Sanmei's blade art had left the majority of the audience gasping in amazement. One has vibrating power, and the other has compressed power. Very troublesome. Yi Qin had seen everything. He had long since witnessed Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts. Its destructive power was extremely frightening, just like the cutting machines of Yi Chen's world. As long as the vibrating power was sufficient, it could easily cut through steel. Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point, on the other hand, was a sword move that completely compressed the power at the tip of the sword. Compared to young, undying demon lord's chaotic world calamity, this freezing sword point was more reserved, and its destructive power was also greater. The battle between Lan Sanmei and Marquis Sword Snow had ended, and only one battle remained in the 24th round. Everybody looked toward the stone steel. Two names lit up: Yi Chen against Marquis Sword Star. Heavens, another pinnacle battle, and it's a sword artist against a sword artist. Marquis Sword Star is the #1 young sword artist of Sky, Sword Continent in name. His strength is unfathomable, probably not below Marquis Sword Snow. Although this Yi Qin looks a bit inferior on the surface, he might have some powerful killing moves. I wonder who will win. Most likely Marquis Sword Star. He was the last life and death substitute list's first ranker, and his cultivation base has also reached the peak of the third layer. The gap is not small. Yeah, Yi Chen's chances of winning are quite small. But as long as he can keep up with the battle between Lan Sanmei and Marquis Sword Snow, it'll be fine. Hopefully, he won't be unable to injure Marquis Sword Star. The battle between Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Star had stirred up a heated discussion among the crowd. Chapter 861. Marquis Sword Star's 7-star point kill sword art had already reached the 4th strike 3 years ago. I wonder if he has succeeded in cultivating the 5th strike. If he has, then Yi Chen has no hope of victory. Luo Tiandu creased his brows. As the second ranker of the last life and death substitute list, it was impossible for him to not have exchanged blows with Marquis Sword Star. 10 years ago, Marquis Sword Star had only managed to complete the 3rd strike, but it was precisely this strike that made his defense unable to withstand a single blow. In the following 7 years, Luo Tiandu's strength had improved greatly. He originally wanted to exchange pointers with Marquis Sword Star, but after learning that Marquis Sword Star had successfully cultivated the 4th strike, he gave up on the idea. Marquis Sword Star and Yi Chen. A trace of graveness appeared on Marquis Sword Snow's delicate face. These two couldn't be underestimated, especially Marquis Sword Star. His 7-star point kill sword art was an ancient sword art with boundless might. It was said that the 2nd strike of the 7-star point kill sword art was twice as powerful as the 1st strike, and the 3rd strike was twice as powerful as the 2nd strike, and so on. At the 6th strike realm, one could kill a dragon of the same level, and at the 7th strike realm, one could kill an ordinary life and death king with the strength of a strongest half-step king. Marquis Sword Star looked to be in his 30s. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes and was rather handsome. He wore a spacious spruce robe that fluttered in the wind as if it was weightless, giving off a feeling that he was as light as a feather. Yi Chen, on the other hand, looked much younger. He looked to be in his early 20s, clad in blue robes. His eyes were calm but not shallow. His pitch-black pupils seemed like an abyss that could contain everything. The two sword artists slowly walked toward each other. When they were 100 meters apart, the two stopped. This sword, Greedy Wolf Sword. Marquis Sword Star unsheathed his long sword, which flickered with a cold light and overflowed with killing intent. Indeed, a sword also had a killing intent, and it was even purer than a human's. Evil Vanquishing Sword. Although Yi Chen's Evil Vanquishing Sword wasn't unsheathed, under Yi Chen's urging, it was still slightly unsheathed. Just a little bit caused an upright and imposing sword chi to spread out. Good sword. Marquis Sword Star's eyes lit up. Yi Chen's Evil Vanquishing Sword was not inferior to his Greedy Wolf Sword. It could be said to be one of the best pseudo-supreme grade swords. Be careful, I will do my best. Holding sword of Greedy Wolf in his hand, Marquis Sword Star's eyes gradually turned cold. 7-star instant kill, first kill. Originally, everyone thought that Marquis Sword Star would use other sword arts to probe Yi Chen. Who would have thought that he would directly use the 7-star point kill sword art? Puff! The 7 stars point kill was killing lives. Starlight flashed before Yi Chen's eyes, and he felt a cold and merciless sword chi rushing towards him. This sword chi came so suddenly and so strangely. Ding! Unsheathing his evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen looked straight ahead. His sword flew and broke through the sword chi. Second strike, star flash. Swish! Marquis Sword Star's figure flickered like a star. He suddenly darkened, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Yi Chen. Sword of Greedy Wolf, carrying the purest killing intent, stabbed forward. The second strike contained a footwork art within the sword art, and the two complemented each other. This sword was unbelievably fast. The footwork and sword art seemed to have fused into one, and borrowing the momentum of the charge, the sword art's might was raised to a whole new level. If Lan Sanmei's blade art was a vibrational power, then Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword was a compressed power. Marquis Sword Star's was a piercing power, which could pierce through even more powerful objects. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chun raised the evil vanquishing sword horizontally and blocked Marquis Sword Star's second strike. However, the piercing power contained in Sword of Greedy Wolf was not so easy to deal with. Yi Chen's feet rubbed against the ground and slid forward, leaving behind dazzling sparks. Third strike, Star Extinction. Marquis Sword Star was unforgiving. Retracting Sword of Greedy Wolf, he thrust out once again. This time, the speed of the piercing power was even faster than the previous one. Is this Marquis Sword Star? Too ruthless. Sword after sword. Yi Chen simply can't retaliate. Worthy of being Marquis Sword Star. When he makes his move, it's a killing strike. In such a short period of time, the spectators naturally didn't have the time to speak. However, the same thought flashed through their minds. Swish! Marquis Sword Star's strike had missed. Not because his accuracy was lacking, but because Yi Chen's evil vanquishing sword had collided with his Sword of Greedy Wolf. What shocked him was that Yi Chen's sword actually contained a high-frequency vibration power. The vibration power was transmitted to Sword of Greedy Wolf through the point of collision, causing his strike to lose more than half of its power. Vibration power. Lan Sanmei's eyes open wide. When did he learn a sword art containing vibration power? Moreover, it didn't seem to be much weaker than hers. Learned it on the spur of the moment? Impossible. Are there still some differences between the two? Marquis Sword Snow's first thought was that Yi Chun had learned Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts and then transformed it into a sword art. However, he immediately denied this thought. Demonic blade arts were not comprehending profound, and required thousands of tempering before one could make any progress. If one's body wasn't familiar with the vibration power, it would be impossible to use vibration sword arts in a short period of time. Moreover, he could see the difference between Yi Chen's vibration sword arts and Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts. Demonic blade arts use the vibration of the blade to push the energy vibration from inside to outside, while Yi Chen's vibration sword arts seemed to use the metal profound to push the sword art from outside to inside. It was hard to say which one was better. Swish! Failing his strike, Marquis Sword Star's figure flickered as he retreated and looked at Yi Chen in bewilderment. Yi Chen didn't look at Marquis Sword Star. Instead, he raised his head and looked at Lan Mei's small chamber, although the chamber's transparent crystal couldn't be seen from the outside. Looking at me? Lan Sanmei noticed Yi Chen's gaze. Retracting his gaze, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Speaking of which, this vibration sword art was inspired by Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts. In his early years, he had once bought a profound martial art, Golden Resonant Radiance, in an auction. Golden Resonant Radiance, from its name, had the word vibration in it, so it naturally contained the power of vibration. However, Golden Resonant Radiance made energy vibrate, which was sword light or sword chi. It didn't involve the vibration of the blade itself. Relying on this sword art, Yi Chen had always been successful. However, as time passed, Golden Resonant Radiance had gradually fallen behind. Relying on energy vibrations alone, it was hard for him to deal with experts at the same level. However, Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts had given Yi Chen a new inspiration. The demonic blade arts allowed the blade to vibrate first, and then use the blade as a medium to vibrate the energy. With the two stacked together, its power would be shocking. Be it close combat or long-range combat, it would be ridiculously powerful. In that case, why didn't he change his Golden Resonant Radiance? It should be known that his Gold Profound had already reached 90% completion, which gave him a huge innate advantage. Even normal Golden Resonant Radiance would not be weak in his hands. barring the fact that the opponent was a top martial genius. Even a normal top half-step king warrior might not be able to block it. Once the golden resonant radiance was improved, its power would increase by several times, or even 10 times, becoming yet another powerful ace of Yi Qin. A lot of things require an opportunity. This time it can be considered as an opportunity for the golden resonant radiance to be reborn. Previously, when cultivating golden resonant radiance, Yi Qin had a deep understanding of vibration power. Coupled with his 90% completion of Gold Profound, his foundation was extremely solid. Therefore, merely by observing Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts, Yi Qin grasped a unique vibration sword art. He used energy vibrations to vibrate the blade from outside to inside, and then from inside to outside. I understand a lot about vibration power, but my body still can't adapt to it. I can't push it to a higher realm. Yi Qin sighed inwardly. Knowing was one thing, but being able to use it was another. He was not Lan Sanmei, who had cultivated demonic blade arts for so many years that his body had adapted to the vibration power. Powerful. You actually broke my third strike with vibration sword arts. Marquis Sword Star's eyes flickered with a cold fanaticism. Fourth strike, Star Shower. Taking a deep breath, Marquis Sword Star took a step forward and launched a sneak attack. The sword of Greedy Wolf in his hand pierced out hundreds of times in an instant. Each strike contained a powerful force, and each strike blossomed with resplendent starlight. This starlight rubbed against the space, making it as hard as a diamond. This is the fourth strike. Luo Tiandu stared at the scene below through the crystal. Let's call you vibrational sword arts. Yi Qin gave up on the idea of using vibrational sword arts to deal with Marquis Sword Star's fourth strike. He wasn't too familiar with vibrational sword arts and couldn't use them to perfection. Using the unfamiliar vibrational sword arts against the enemy would clearly be using his weak point to deal with the enemy's strong point. After all, the might of the fourth strike was more than double that of the third strike. Sword domain. An enormous sword pressure burst out of Yi Qin's body and instantly acted on Marquis Sword Star. It's sword pressure. Marquis Sword Star would never forget the scene of Yi Qin killing young, undying demon lord with a single strike. However, he had still underestimated the might of this sword pressure. His body suddenly turned sluggish, and a flaw appeared in the fourth strike. A cold star shone as Yi Qin took out his sword. Pucci! Blood sprayed out as a sword scar appeared on Marquis Sword Star's cheek. At the critical moment, he had forcefully shifted his body, dodging the sure kill strike. Break! Blood leaked out of the corner of Marquis Sword Star's mouth. Having his fourth strike interrupted made him suffer a huge backlash. His Zhen Yuan surged, and the sword of Greedy Wolf in his hand burst out with an intense, yet not dazzling moonlight. With a sweep of the sword, a large amount of moonlight burst out, covering the entire secret chamber in a flash. Moonlight Chop. Marquis Sword Star's self-created profound sword art. Waning Moon. Marquis Sword Star's moonlight chop was pale yellow, while Yi Qin's waning moon was immeasurably black. One black and one pale yellow. Two different colors collided, each occupying half of the chamber. Pum! Chi waves erupted as the two were sent flying back. The only difference was that Marquis Sword Star had spurted out a huge mouthful of blood. Forcefully shifting his body had already injured his internal organs, and the interruption of his fourth strike aggravated his injuries. Then he clashed with Yi Qin, causing him to finally lose control. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Marquis Sword Star said coldly, "You should be honored to be the first person to witness the fifth strike of 7-star point kill sword art. Once I use this sword, even I can't control it." Chapter 862. The battle between Yi Qin and Marquis Sword Star was completely out of everyone's expectations. They didn't think that the one to suffer would be Marquis Sword Star. Marquis Sword Star's 7-star point kill sword art was indeed powerful. If it were any other sword artist apart from Marquis Sword Snow and Yi Chen, they might not even be able to receive the first strike. However, Yi Chen seemed to be a person who could create miracles. He received the first strike as if it was eating or drinking, and the second strike was also blocked by him without a single injury. The third strike was cancelled out by his vibration sword arts, and the fourth strike was forcibly interrupted by a huge sword pressure. This was the turning point, as well as the beginning of Marquis Sword Star's loss. Everyone on the scene had no choice but to admit that they had underestimated Yi Chen. Yi Chen's sword arts were indeed not as gorgeous as Marquis Sword Snow's, nor as murderous as Marquis Sword Star's. However, his sword arts had always been efficient. They didn't need to be gorgeous or murderous. They just needed to receive the opponent's sword and injure them. It could be said that Yi Chen's sword arts had thrown away the unnecessary things, leaving only the purest essence. His sword Dao was different from others. However, his sword arts were undoubtedly powerful, and his perception and reaction were also top-notch. To deal with him, one could only use absolute strength or powerful killing moves. Hearing Marquis Sword Star say that he was going to use the fifth strike of 7-star point kill sword art, everyone's gazes fell on Yi Chen, wondering how Yi Chen would deal with it. Yi Chen's sword arts were, of course, indisputable. However, no matter how powerful a sword art was, it would still have a limit. Beyond that limit, no matter how powerful a sword art was, it would be useless. When two people were equally matched in strength, the only way to decide the victor was to use a trump card. Moreover, a trump card could often be used to defeat a stronger opponent. Sure enough, he's created the fifth strike. Luo Tiandu sighed inwardly. Without even exchanging blows, he already knew that he was not Marquis Sword Star's opponent. He didn't even have the confidence to receive the fourth strike, let alone the fifth. 7-star point kill sword art's fifth strike, this freak. Fortunately, I also succeeded in reverting, or there would be no hope at all. Young Elephant Lord's lips twitched. Fifth kill. Yi Chen's brows slightly creased. In truth, if he didn't use bewitching mirror shattering, his strength wouldn't be much higher than Marquis Sword Star's. After all, the difference in cultivation base was obvious. He was at the second layer of life and death chamber, while his opponent was at the peak of the third layer. Be it the quantity or quality of Jinyuan, there was a big gap. Moreover, the age difference between the two was more than 10 years, which meant that Marquis Sword Star had more than 10 years to study sword arts. If he didn't use bewitching mirror shattering, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to kill a peak-level evil spirit. The recovery ability of peak-level evil spirits allowed them to ignore the majority of attacks. For example, Marquis Sword Star, Xiang Xiaolong, Luo Tiandu, and the others could still put up a fight against a peak-level evil spirit. However, after a long time, they would be worn down to death by the evil spirit, since their moves couldn't kill it in one go. Looks like I can only expose my sword domain. Earlier, Yi Chen had merely released his sword domain slightly, and he'd utilized his sword pressure to freeze others in place. He hadn't truly revealed the might of his sword domain at all. Fifth strike, star fall. Marquis Sword Star's figure flew over with a speed that couldn't be described with words. He was like an aurora in the universe, piercing through the endless void and pouncing toward Yi Chen. What was more frightening was that before the strike was released, Marquis Sword Star, who had become one with sword greed, emitted a star force field. This star force field wasn't unique to Marquis Sword Star, but the star energy contained in Starfall. Marquis Sword Star was confident that this strike would kill Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen's sword pressure were to land on him, the star force field would cancel out the majority of it. The remaining force wouldn't be enough to affect his body and sword trajectory. Danger! Luo Tiandu's hair stood on end as he stared unblinkingly. This strike is too frightening. As a sword artist himself, Lu Xiaoyou's heart almost stopped. He was shaken by the might of this strike. He had a feeling that even if there were 3 of him, he would still be killed by this strike without the slightest suspense. A single strike drawing upon the core power of stars, worthy of being an ancient sword art. Marquis Sword Snow's eyes shone, wishing that he could replace Yi Qin and fight Marquis Sword Star. He wanted to see if his freezing sword could contend against Marquis Sword Star's 5th strike. It's over. Marquis Sword Star sent out Greedy Wolf, bursting with power to the limit. At this moment, Greedy Wolf burst out with a star-like radiance, incomparably fast and resplendent. Starfall, the death light of stars falling. This Marquis Sword Star is only a step away from life and death realm. Yi Chen's expression changed. Star fall contained the Tao of death, which meant that the opponent wasn't far from life and death realm. Life and death realm naturally required one to comprehend life and death. Sword domain. Not daring to be careless, Yi Chen operated Green Lotus sword arts with all his strength, completely releasing the might of sword domain. It's useless. Marquis Sword Star's sword was less than 10 meters away from Yi Chen. Time seemed to slow down as the sword tip, which contained the light of exploding stars, inched closer to Yi Chen's forehead. Sword rule! Yi Chen inwardly chanted. In the next instant, a horrifying scene occurred. Marquis Sword Star's sure-kill strike unexpectedly deviated, as if there was some sort of rule around Yi Chen, and this rule was under Yi Chen's control. Impossible! Marquis Sword Star roared inwardly. The flow of time suddenly sped up. Of course, this was just an illusion. Pucci! Marquis Sword Star's sure-kill strike missed, and the deviation was inconceivably large. In that instant, the evil vanquishing sword in Yi Chen's hand shot out, piercing Marquis Sword Star's throat. Due to the inertia of Marquis Sword Star's body, the evil vanquishing sword cut through half of his neck, causing blood to spurt everywhere like a fountain. Pum! Marquis Sword Star fell to the ground and slid down, no longer breathing. As for Yi Chen, he didn't budge an inch. Sword domain! It's sword domain! At this moment, someone finally cried out in alarm. He actually has a sword artist's domain. Sword domain! Marquis Sword Snow said word by word in a low voice. Sword domain was the domain of sword artists. Even among life and death sword kings, only a handful possessed sword domain. A sword artist who practiced the sword every day, every month, and every year would emit an intense sword qi. When the cultivation method was also a sword Dao cultivation method, the two would resonate. This kind of resonance would not appear normally, but when the sword Dao cultivation method broke through to heaven grade and the sword artist's comprehension of the sword Dao reached an unfathomable height, this resonance would erupt and form sword domain. Sword domain could greatly affect swordsmen without sword domain. As long as you were a swordsman, even if you had a sword in your hand or in your heart, you wouldn't be able to escape this kind of influence. This was a profound influence because sword domain was the essence of sword Dao. Any form that was expressed by a sword would be within its range of influence. Of course, if one wanted to influence a sword artist with similar or higher strength, the sword domain had to contain its own rule, which was the sword rule. Once the sword rule was born, the sword domain could be considered to be in its initial form. I've finally found sword artists that I can't see the outcome of. A frightening battle intent burst out from Marquis Sword Snow's eyes. If someone were to be alone with him, they would certainly be shocked. Was this still the boy next door, Marquis Sword Snow? As soon as the sword domain appeared, Yi Chen became incomparably frightening in everyone's eyes. Sword domain might seem like bullying, but how could a person who possessed sword domain have any achievements on the sword Dao that ordinary people could imagine? Could an ordinary sword artist raise their sword Dao cultivation method to heaven grade? Could an ordinary sword artist reach an unfathomable height on the sword Dao? It was impossible. Therefore, possessing sword domain was the manifestation of a sword artist's talent. Losing was very normal, and there was no one to blame but the fact that one's achievements in the way of the sword could not compare. There's actually someone outside my sky sword continent who possesses sword domain, and it's not a life and death sword king. In the small chamber, Marquis Sword Star sucked in a deep breath, feeling extremely shocked. In all of Elysium, those who possessed sword domain were all in Sky Sword Continent. 4 sword artists, Sky Sword Continent was a place blessed by the heavens. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called Sky Sword Continent. Yi Qin possessing sword domain was simply an anomaly. Huff! Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Qin put away the evil vanquishing sword. In truth, Marquis Sword Star Starfall was not much inferior to bewitching mirror shattering in terms of killing power. Although it still couldn't kill a peak-level evil spirit, it could kill a life form with strength similar to that of a peak-level evil spirit. This was not an issue of strength, but a peak-level evil spirit's recovery ability. Starfall emphasized on the power of piercing, and a peak-level evil spirit wouldn't die even if it was pierced several hundred times. If not for sword domain giving birth to a trace of sword rules, Yi Qin would have to use bewitching mirror shattering to defeat Marquis Sword Star. I reckon that after this life and death secret realm closes, he will become a life and death king within a few years. Before returning to his small chamber, Yi Qin glanced at Marquis Sword Star's chamber. Because the battle between Yi Qin and Marquis Sword Star was too shocking, the first dozen battles of the 25th round were not worth watching at all. Everyone's appetite had been whetted. However, this situation didn't last long. That was because in the 25th point battle, another 2 top contenders for the top 5 would meet. Su Jing against Lan Sanmei. Lan Sanmei's strength was frightening, but she encountered Su Jing. As a golden dragon, Su Jing's hidden strength was something even Yi Qin didn't know. He only knew that in her battle against Lan Sanmei, Su Jing easily defeated her. Demonic blade arts were directly disintegrated by Su Jing's fist. Yi Chen's opponent in the 25th round was Chu Zhongtian. The result could be easily imagined. 26th round, 27th round. Every round had 1 or 2 spectacular battles. In the 28th round, Marquis Sword Snow faced Luo Tindu. In the end, Luo Tindu lost. Marquis Sword Snow didn't seem frightened by Yi Chen's sword domain at all. Everyone could see his battle intent rising. Chapter 863. Could it be that this Marquis Sword Snow still has some trump cards? Many people were doubtful. After defeating Luo Tindu, Marquis Sword Snow glanced in Yi Chen's direction, the battle intent in his eyes unconcealed. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. He didn't know where Marquis Sword Snow's confidence came from, but it couldn't be groundless. The other side must have some trump cards. There weren't many battles that could attract Yi Chen's attention. As for ordinary battles, Yi Chen naturally chose to ignore them and immersed himself in studying vibrational sword arts. Vibrational sword arts were derived from the golden resonant radiance sword art, and therefore counted as a metal profound sword art. Metal profound was a profound, so it naturally couldn't vibrate. However, Zhen Yuan containing metal profound could vibrate. Vibrating with Zhen Yuan would cause the sword to vibrate, which in turn would strengthen the vibrations of Zhen Yuan. This was Yi Chen's path of development, and it could be said to be the complete opposite of Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts. Of course, the effects were basically the same. Due to the dragon power in his body and the undying body, Yi Chen's body's endurance was extremely high, almost on par with Lan Sanmei, who had been cultivating demonic blade arts for many years. The only thing he needed to do was to familiarize his body with the vibrational power and maximize the efficiency without any loss. This was a process that required thousands of tempering. Fortunately, Yi Chen's soul power was 5 times that of an ordinary person, and his familiarity with his body was also far greater than an ordinary person's, saving him a lot of time. Taking out a mid-grade sword, Yi Chen slashed out, and the sword light turned blurry. How could a mid-grade sword bear such a high frequency of vibrations? Taking out another high-grade sword, Yi Chen once again used vibrational sword arts. Creak! The vibrational power contained in vibrational sword arts was too powerful. Although the high-grade sword in his hand didn't break, it was still damaged, with fine cracks appearing on its surface. Seems like using vibrational sword arts requires a peak high-grade sword. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to use it. Yi Chen shook his head. Right now, his usage of the vibrational sword spell had not reached perfection yet. Even normal upper-rank great swords would not be able to handle it. If he were to train the spell to completion, perhaps only a semi-extreme rank great sword would be able to let him use it smoothly. However, a semi-extreme grade sword would not be safe in a battle. After a couple of exchanges, it would probably be useless. A battle at the same level would not be easy to deal with. In the third battle of the 28th round, Yi Chen and Lan Sanmei. I can use it as a reference. Yi Chen was clear that Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts contained more vibrational power than his. If he could exchange blows with her using vibrational sword arts, he would gain a lot of experience and comprehension. Standing in front of Lan Sanmei, Yi Chen took out his evil shattering sword. Be careful! Lan Sanmei seemed to have seen through Yi Chen's thoughts. His figure flashed, slashing out with a normal blade attack. Holding the evil shattering sword, Yi Chen met it head-on. Clang! Spatial ripples spread out from the place where the sword and blade clashed. What a powerful vibrational power! Yi Chen could feel the vibrational power of vibrational sword arts clashing with demonic blade arts. In the end, the latter's vibrational power was slightly more powerful, transmitting to the evil shattering sword. Although the remaining vibrational power was very weak and couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, its power couldn't be underestimated. Clang, 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 clang. The two exchanged dozens of blows in an instant, causing spatial ripples to spread out. I'm going to use Demonic Chop now. Lan Sanmei reminded Yi Chen. Many thanks. How could Yi Chen not see that Lan Sanmei wanted to help him experience the vibrational power? He was grateful. The black saber light turned indistinct, and the space around it was torn apart. Lan Sanmei had gone all out with this devil execution, not holding back at all. Whoa! The evil shattering sword vibrated at a high frequency, emitting the sound of bees flapping their wings. Holding his sword with both hands, Yi Chen took a few steps forward and raised his sword to block Lan Sanmei's demonic blade. This time, it wasn't just the space that rippled. The shattered blade light and sword light that contained vibrational power spread out, creating shallow pits in the secret room. The ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against metal made one's heart beat faster. Bang, bang, bang. His body stiffened. Yi Chen almost lost his grip on the evil shattering sword. The vibrational power that erupted from the demonic chop had reached the limit, greatly exceeding his vibrational sword art. If Yi Chen's trump card was the vibrational sword art, then Yi Chen would have already lost, because when his body stiffened, it would inevitably cause a pause, and Lan Sanmei could use this time to kill him. Thanks. Yi Chen sheathed his sword and stood still. Exchanging pointers is also beneficial to me. It's very difficult to find someone who isn't much weaker than me in terms of vibrational power. Exchanging pointers between people who cultivated the same power was the best way to increase their strength. The process of testing each other was also a process of improvement. This battle ended with Lan Sanmei admitting defeat. Yi Chen felt somewhat apologetic. If it wasn't for the life and death stone, he would have admitted defeat. An empty reputation didn't have much attraction to him. The final battle of the 28th round was the battle between young Elephant Lord and Su Jing. Young Elephant Lord's strength naturally didn't need to be mentioned. In the previous battles, he had already defeated many popular characters. His strength was enough to shake the heavens and shake the earth, definitely exceeding 1,000,000 Jin. Even Dan Tai Mingyue's teleportation art couldn't do much in front of him. Young Elephant Lord punched out, and the powerful force directly distorted the trajectory of the space, preventing Dan Tai Mingyue from teleporting. On the other hand, Su Jing could be said to be one of the strongest contenders for the top 3 this time. Lan Sanmei's strength was very powerful. In the battle against Marquis Sword Snow, he had cut off one of the latter's arms. However, against Su Jing, he lost without any suspense. Su Jing's strength was extremely condensed, and vibrational power had no effect on her. The battle between young Elephant Lord and Su Jing was definitely the strongest confrontation in this point battle, and there was no one else like it. Your strength is very powerful, not below mine. If you're willing to be my woman, I don't mind losing to you. Young Elephant Lord didn't have much need for life and death stones. He had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of life and death chamber, and a few life and death stones couldn't help him break through. Ridiculous. A sneer appeared on Su Jing's face. Humph. Don't think that you're undefeatable just because your strength is more or less the same as mine. My Battle Elephant sect cultivates physical strength as its foundation, and some secret arts can even multiply my strength. Young Elephant Lord's face sank. Poison Dragon Fist. Su Jing didn't feel like wasting words with young Elephant Lord. Golden flames erupted from her body as she punched at young Elephant Lord's chest. The fist was so fast that it seemed like cannon fire. Battle Elephant Fist. Young Elephant Lord had long since been on guard against Su Jing. Seeing the incoming fist, he clenched his right hand and punched back. The 2 fists collided, immediately creating a huge explosion. The air in the entire secret room exploded, as if countless bombs had exploded at the same time. At the edge of the 2 fists, the space was shattered and twisted like silk or snakes. Star-shattering fist. Su Jing didn't retreat and punched again. The light in the chamber immediately dimmed, and the stars flickered as a shattered star imprinted itself on young Elephant Lord's position. Elephant King protection. Young Elephant Lord crossed his arms, and a huge elephant phantom condensed from demonic beast energy enveloped him. Rumble. The might of star-shattering fist was boundless. If Su Jing had entered life and death realm, this fist could even shatter a relatively small star. Even with the protection of his energy secret art, young Elephant Lord's entire body was sent flying. His blood and chi surged, and his face flushed red. Elephant King roar. He couldn't let Su Jing attack like this. Young Elephant Lord sucked in a deep breath, and his chest swelled up like a small mountain. He opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Spatial ripples surged, and a ring of transparent light spread out with him as the center, expelling all the airflow. Su Jing's body was obstructed for a moment, and she couldn't follow up with another attack. I'll let you see the power of my strongest secret art and my ancestor atavism. Demonic beasts that cultivated energy didn't need to revert to their original form to fight. After all, human form was the most suitable for erupting power. Although demonic beast form had 10 times the power, it was too scattered. It was like the difference between a piece of wood and an embroidery needle. The embroidery needle could easily pierce through the wood. Young Elephant Lord was still in human form, but his nose had changed. It kept extending and turning into an elephant's trunk. His body had also widened, and his muscles and bones had thickened by several folds. Before, he was only 2 meters tall, but now he was close to 3 meters tall. Standing there, he looked like a small mountain or wall. 8 desolate mammoth fist. Bursting with energy, young elephant lord's right fist blasted toward Su Jing with a savage aura. Everyone felt like they could hear the trumpeting of 100 elephants from the desolate era. It's just a heaven-class, high-grade secret art. Second rank sacred dragon fist. Su Jing punched out, and her golden energy condensed into a sacred golden dragon that rushed out. The golden dragon was fierce and tyrannical. It easily broke through young elephant lord's fist energy and circled around his body. Uft! Young elephant lord directly turned into a bloody mist. Is she still human? Could she be a dragon? Su Jing's violence left everyone dumbfounded, including Yi Qin. He was sure that Su Jing's punch could kill a peak evil spirit. A dragon's power really can't be calculated with common sense. Moreover, it's a high-level existence among dragons, the golden dragon. Yi Qin quickly accepted the golden dragon's incomprehensible strength. The possibility of her being a dragon is very low. She should be a sub-dragon with a dragon's bloodline. Marquis Sword Star didn't know what Su Jing's identity was, but in his opinion it was impossible for dragons to exist in Elysium. The terror of dragons was recorded in the 7-star point kill sword art. Even if he cultivated the 7-star point kill sword art to the 6-strike realm, he would only be able to kill an ordinary dragon of the same level. Moreover, he hadn't even grasped the 5th strike yet. It could be said that dragons were a race above demons, several levels higher than humans. However, dragons had always been rare, which was their disadvantage. Chapter 864. The 28th round came to an end, and the 29th round began. The points battle was nearing its end. However, many people's mood was getting more and more excited, because the pinnacle battles had yet to come to an end. Marquis Sword Snow, Yi Chen, and Su Jing, the 3 of them had yet to taste defeat. It was still unknown who would have the last laugh. Apart from them, although Marquis Sword Star, Luo Tiandu, and young elephant Lord Lan Seme had all lost, their strength was obvious to all. Therefore, their peak battles were still very attractive to the spectators. In the 12th match of the 29th round, Yi Chen's opponent was Luo Tiandu. As the head of True Spirit Continent's 7 heroes and the second ranker of the previous life and death substitute list, Luo Tiandu's strength was not something that anyone dared to look down on. Although Marquis Sword Snow had defeated him, he had also suffered some injuries. 9 Dragons Protection. Facing Yi Chen, Luo Tian didn't dare to be careless. True Essence surged and 9 thick thunder dragons condensed around his body, each containing the profound of thunder and earth. The 9 Dragons barrier was not just a simple defensive martial skill. It was 70% defense and 30% offense. As the thunder dragons roared, 2 of them swooped down towards Yi Chen. Bang, 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 bang. Luo Tiandu was the most balanced youth in terms of offense and defense. No one would be able to easily defeat him. Yi Chen used the spiritual sword and waning moon to fight with him. The 2 of them were getting closer and closer, and the battle was getting more and more intense. Sword domain. The majestic sword pressure acted on Luo Tiandu's body, causing him to freeze. Spin. Under the immense pressure, the other 7 lightning dragons around Luo Tiandu forced themselves to move, circling around Luo Tiandu and doing their best to minimize any openings. Buzz. Although the spiritual sword was fast, it needed to hit a vital point to be fatal. With the 7 lightning dragons protecting him, Luo Tiandu's vital points were not exposed at all. Thus, Yi Chen gave up on using the spiritual sword. Activating the vibrational sword art, his sword pierced through the gaps between the lightning dragons and landed on Luo Tiandu's abdomen. Bang! The intense, vibrating energy passed through the tip of the sword and into Luo Tiandu's body. In the next moment, Luo Tiandu vomited blood, and the 7 lightning dragons around him dissipated. Yi Chen won. The older generation of young experts have been defeated one after another, and it's not just once or twice. Some of the spectators sighed with emotion. This era is a great era, far surpassing the past. The new geniuses that have emerged are all terrifying to the extreme. In the past few decades, the most dazzling one was Xianhou, but now there are already 3 who seem to be able to compete with Xianhou. The 28th match was a heavyweight match. Marquis Sword Snow had few partners. Young Elephant Lord's 8 Desolation ferocious elephant fist was immeasurably powerful. Although he hadn't cultivated it to completion, it was still somewhat comparable to the war elephant ancestor. Roar! The nearly 3-meter-tall young elephant lord crazily rushed over, his huge fists drilling towards Marquis Sword Snow like drills. Freezing sword. The snow-white long sword in Marquis Sword Snow's hand pierced forth. Kalala! Young elephant lord's fist was sealed in ice, and the ice was a meter thick. In the next moment, young elephant lord's arm was completely shattered. Of course, Marquis Sword Snow didn't have it easy either. His whole body was blasted away by the 8 desolate mammoth fists' power, spurting out a few mouthfuls of steaming blood. Snow dance in the sky. Snow filled the sky as Marquis Sword Snow's body twisted in the air, dealing with young elephant lord with a single sword strike. Sure enough, young elephant lord isn't Marquis Sword Snow's opponent. I wonder who's stronger between Marquis Sword Snow and Marquis Sword Star. Although Marquis Sword Star lost to Yi Chen, it was because he was restrained by Sword Domain. The existence of Sword Domain increases the gap between sword artists by several folds, or even tenfold. Seriously speaking, Marquis Sword Star's 7-star killing sword art's 5th strike is a killer move. Marquis Sword Star's 5th strike had shocked many people. The light emitted by that strike was the death light of falling stars. Just looking at it would give one a feeling of death, not to mention facing it head-on. If Yi Chen didn't have Sword Domain, he would most likely have been killed by that strike without any chance to retaliate. Of course, many people were wondering if Yi Chen had any other trump cards. That was a possibility. Although Sword Domain was powerful, it was more effective against sword artists. Against other experts, it was less effective. Therefore, it was not a big deal to expose it. In any case, not everyone was a sword artist. At most, they would be suppressed a little. Putting themselves in others' shoes, if one was a sword artist with a powerful trump card and Sword Domain, one would definitely choose to expose the Sword Domain first and save the trump card for last. However, this was only everyone's guess. Until the last moment, no one could know the result. In the 33rd match, Marquis Sword Star stepped onto the stage. His opponent was Lan Sanmei. Although the life and death palace's point battle had not ended yet, in everyone's opinion, Lan Sanmei's strength was definitely in the top 5. His final ranking might also be in the top 5. Young Elephant Lord and Luo Tindu might not necessarily be Lan Sanmei's opponents. This could be seen from the battle between Lan Sanmei and Marquis Sword Snow. Of course, the probability of Lan Sanmei losing to Marquis Sword Star was more than 90%. Therefore, the highest he could reach was 5th. Demonic Chop. After taking on Marquis Sword Star's first 3 strikes, Lan Sanmei activated the Demonic Blade and used Demonic Chop with an extremely powerful vibration power. The black blade light turned blurry and slashed through space, slashing toward Marquis Sword Star. 4th strike, Star Shower. Relying on the momentum of the thrust, Marquis Sword Star stabbed out dozens of times in a row, each of them possessing a terrifying penetrative power. Ding ding dang dang. Puff. Lan Sanmei's shoulder and abdomen each received a strike, causing blood to gush out like water. Annihilation Chop. Lan Sanmei knew that she was not Marquis Sword Star's opponent. However, she wanted to experience the power of Marquis Sword Star's 5th strike from a close distance. It would be very useful for her to experience the Tao of Death. As you wish. Marquis Sword Star's 5th strike came out. His body turned into a beam of light as he pierced out. His sword tip erupted with a starry light, looking exceptionally brilliant. This is the Tao of Death. Lan Sanmei's throat received a strike, and the vitality in her body was completely incinerated. What a powerful vibration power! The edge of Marquis Sword Star's left arm was badly mutilated, but it was much better than Marquis Sword Snow's. At least it was not severed and had only been grazed. In the 30th round, Marquis Sword Star also defeated young Elephant Lord. The 5th strike of 7-star point kill sword art was a peerless sword art. Even young Elephant Lord, with his powerful defense, could not resist this strike. It's much more powerful than freezing sword point. I wonder what other trump cards Marquis Sword Snow has. Yichen saw all of this and understood that although Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point could compress sword chi to the limit and was extremely frightening, it was still lacking compared to the 5th strike of 7-star point kill sword art, which contained the Tao of Death. In the 31st round, Marquis Sword Star persisted and defeated Luo Tiandu. Meanwhile, Lan Sanmei also defeated young Elephant Lord at the cost of heavy injuries. Everyone's guess was right. In the 32nd round, another peak confrontation between sword artists occurred. Marquis Sword Star against Marquis Sword Snow. The two great sword geniuses of Sky Sword Continent had met. If Marquis Sword Snow lost, he would not be qualified to fight against Yichen. If he won, there would still be a trace of hope. Marquis Sword Snow, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Marquis Sword Star held Greedy Wolf Sword, overflowing with killing intent. Me too. Marquis Sword Snow's expression was as calm as still water. Let's begin. Marquis Sword Star flew toward Marquis Sword Snow, abandoning the 1st strike and the 2nd strike. He directly used the 3rd strike. He had some understanding of Marquis Sword Snow. The latter's sword arts were beautiful, yet filled with ice-cold, killing intent. There was no need to probe. Snowy dance. The sky-filling snowflakes danced in the air, slashing toward Marquis Sword Star. Crackle. The two were evenly matched. 4th strike. Hundreds of diamond-like starlights flickered. Snowy dance in the sky. This sword strike was the one that broke Dantai Mingyue's teleportation art. As the sword slashed out, goose feather-sized snowflakes converged like torrents. The entire chamber was within Marquis Sword Snow's attack range. As long as Dantai Mingyue couldn't walk out of the chamber, she would naturally be unable to defeat Marquis Sword Snow. Stars and snowy dance in the sky were still evenly matched. Bring out your 5th strike. Marquis Sword Snow's sword slashed through the goose feather-sized snowflakes, leaving behind a sword scar. At the end of the scar was Marquis Sword Star. Marquis Sword Star's soul power penetrated through the goose feather-sized snowflakes and saw a white energy ball condensed on the sword tip. This white energy ball was condensed with countless sword chi. Once it erupted, it could easily tear apart his defenses and turn him into an ice sculpture, then shatter him into pieces. Pung pung pung. The goose feather-sized snowflakes were blown away. Marquis Sword Star held Greedy Wolf Sword, and man and sword became one. A powerful star force field appeared, allowing him to disregard the vile environment. As he thrust out, the death light produced by the explosion of stars appeared once again. Sword tips rapidly approached each other. Finally, the two collided. Chi, 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 chi. The first to explode was Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point. Countless icy chi spread out, covering the surrounding ground with a thick layer of frost. Then, a speck of sword chi erupted, engulfing everything like a storm of sword chi. It was hard to imagine what kind of might this sword would produce if it pierced the body. You've lost. Marquis Sword Star's sword aura was somewhat weaker, but it still pierced through the storm of sword chi and locked onto Marquis Sword Snow's head. Tao of Death? He shouldn't be far from life and death realm. Marquis Sword Snow's face was calm as a thought flashed through his mind. Too powerful. Even Marquis Sword Snow can't block it. Everybody could almost see the scene of Marquis Sword Snow's death. The trump card should be coming out soon, right? Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on Marquis Sword Snow. He could see that the latter's face was very calm. It was not the calmness of knowing that he would lose, but the indifference of taking a leisurely stroll. Chi. A strand of black hair was cut off as Marquis Sword Star's sword inconceivably missed its target. There was a law there, distorting the trajectory of his sword. Sword domain. Bang. The entire life and death palace erupted. Marquis Sword Snow also had a sword domain, the same as Yi Chen's. Chapter 865. Using sword domain to distort Marquis Sword Star's killing strike. Marquis Sword Snow raised his right hand, and the snow-white longsword flickered, piercing Marquis Sword Star's throat. Marquis Sword Snow's victory. In the surrounding small chambers, the spectators' hearts were burning with excitement. They truly didn't expect that Marquis Sword Snow still had a trump card. Moreover, this trump card was the same as Yi Chen's sword domain. What did sword domain represent? Nobody did know. It represented that those who possessed sword domain had unimaginable potential on the sword Dao. They were the kings of sword artists, unrivaled in the same realm. Sky Sword Continent is indeed worthy of being the holy land of sword artists. Since the beginning of time, many sword artists with sword domain have appeared. And now it's Marquis Sword Snow's turn. This is also the reason why Marquis Sword Snow's sword Dao talent is so frightening. Otherwise, why would the number of sword artists on True Spirit Continent be less than 5? Zhen Yuan transmissions couldn't be carried out in Life and Death Palace, but soul transmissions could be carried out. Of course, as soon as Marquis Sword Snow's sword domain appeared, his position immediately rose to the same level as Yi Chen. Many people even leaned towards him, because apart from sword domain, his freezing sword point was also extremely frightening. Combining the two, it seemed like Yi Chen was a bit weaker. Sword domain. Could he have passed the 7th layer of Sword World? In the small chamber, Marquis Sword Star was tongue-tied. There was a reason why Sky Sword Continent was the holy land of sword artists. There was a mountain-like heavenly sword on the continent. It was said that this sword came from beyond the heavens and was inserted at the center of the continent, gathering the sword chi of the world. Cultivating there, sword artists would have an easier time achieving achievements on the sword Dao. This was where the name of Sky Sword Continent came from. The heavenly sword was 3,000 meters tall and contained a bizarre space within it. It was called Sword World by the people of Sky Sword Continent. Nobody knew how many layers the sword world had. They only knew that flesh and blood couldn't enter. One could only enter in the form of consciousness and then challenge the layers. Marquis Sword Star had entered the sword world, but he could only pass through the 6th floor at most. He was immediately killed in the 7th floor because there were too many sword artists there, and each of them had the same aura as him. Even if he could kill 1 or 10, could he kill 100 or 1,000? It was simply impossible. Even some ordinary life and death sword kings would not be able to pass through the 7th floor because the opponents inside had the same foundation as them. Only their sword arts were different. If he wanted to pass through the 7th level, then he had to grasp the sword domain and distort the trajectory of their attacks. Otherwise, he would only be piled to death. There was a benefit to clearing the trials in the sword realm, and that was that there was no need to worry about death. Through the tempering of battles, one could gradually hone one's sword Dao and grasp the essence. The reason why the Sky Sword Continent could produce so many sword kings with sword domains was because of the existence of the sword realm. If I don't possess the sword domain, then I'll never be a match for them. Marquis Sword Star tightly clenched his fists, and an intense fighting spirit burst out from his eyes. However, he was not dispirited because of this. On the contrary, the appearance of Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Snow had filled him with boundless motivation. He even had to thank the two. Without their stimulation, he would not have such a sense of urgency and motivation. Sword Domain, the ultimate honor for sword artists of true spirit continent. Lu Xiaoyu let out a deep breath as if he had made up his mind. Two great sword Dao geniuses had been crowned on Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Snow. Many people were impatient to see the battle between the two, and they wanted to see the scene of Sword Domain against Sword Domain. Sword Domain, no wonder! Yi Chen suddenly understood. He didn't think that apart from himself, nobody else could possess Sword Domain, since there were people who had grasped Sword Domain before him. And not just one at that. Marquis Sword Snow's Sword Domain was not something unacceptable. After all, Marquis Sword Snow was the #1 young sword artist of Sky, Sword Continent. Anything that happened to him was not strange at all. That's fine. Among the young generation. Only I have Sword Domain. I can't even exchange pointers, nor can I verify the mysteries of Sword Domain. An intense battle intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. The following battles of the 32nd round paled in comparison. In the 33rd round, the spectators' hearts were raised once again. Su Jing and Marquis Sword Star had encountered each other. Apart from Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Snow, the one Marquis Sword Star had the least confidence in was Su Jing. No, to be honest, he would rather encounter Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Snow than Su Jing. After all, if he were to compete with Yi Chen and Marquis Sword Snow in sword arts, the outcome could be determined. On the other hand, if he were to compete with Su Jing, it would be a competition of absolute strength. Su Jing's second step, Sacred Dragon Fist, had turned young Elephant Lord into a blood mist. Such a frightening destructive power was not the least bit inferior to 7-star point kill sword art's 5th strike, and even faintly surpassed it. In terms of attack range, the 5th strike Starfall was far inferior to the 2nd step Sacred Dragon Fist. This battle will be dangerous. Marquis Sword Star's expression turned grave as his gaze locked onto Su Jing. Star's shattering fist. Su Jing immediately used her ultimate move. The light in the chamber suddenly dimmed, and stars flickered as a shattered star phantom imprinted itself on Marquis Sword Star. Moonlight Chop. Marquis Sword Star was forced to the point where he couldn't even use his 7-star point kill sword art. He hastily raised the greedy wolf sword, and a condensed moonlight shot out, illuminating half of the chamber. Poison Dragon Fist. Dashing forward, Su Jing punched out again. The fist energy's penetrative power was somewhat similar to Marquis Sword Star's 7-star point kill sword art. However, Su Jing's Poison Dragon Fist also contained strands of spiraling power. So powerful? Marquis Sword Star could finally understand young Elephant Lord's mood. Su Jing's fist art seemed straightforward, but each of them seemed to freeze the space, suppressing the opponent and preventing him from moving quickly. Thus, he could only receive them head-on. If he were to receive Su Jing head-on, he would be beaten to death. The latter's strength was above young Elephant Lord's and even more condensed. 4th strike, Star Storm. His face turning ruthless, Marquis Sword Star directly used the 4th strike, Starstorm. Although Su Jing's Poison Dragon Fist could penetrate his defense, at least half of the hundreds of sword chi would land on Su Jing's body. It was a mutually destructive method. Indeed, Marquis Sword Star couldn't care less. He still hadn't fully grasped the 5th strike, and forcibly using it would only lower its power and reveal flaws. Su Jing's eyes narrowed, and her body came to a sudden stop. She stomped on the chamber's floor and twisted her hands. Golden flames condensed into a huge golden vortex in front of her like a Taiji diagram. Puff, 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 puff. The numerous sword chi fell into the golden vortex and were immediately shattered. This is the moment. Marquis Sword Star fought for an opportunity for himself. His body retreated dozens of steps, increasing the distance between them. Then the fifth strike appeared. Sword Greedy Wolf, which contained the light of exploding stars, suddenly thrust forward. Space seemed to have lost its meaning, and time seemed to have slowed down. Sword Greedy Wolf's tip flickered, and it was less than a meter away from Su Jing. Roar! Vaguely, a dragon's roar could be heard. Su Jing's expression was extremely solemn as she faced this fatal strike. She was indeed a golden dragon, but she hadn't been able to transform completely. The person who could transform her into a human was extremely powerful. Before this, no one thought that she was a dragon because she was a human at that time. Even after soaking in the dragon transformation pool for many years, Su Jing had only transformed more than half of her body. If not for the opening of Life and Death's secret realm, Dragon King wouldn't have allowed her to come out. What does she want? Everybody cried out inwardly. In their line of sight, Su Jing stretched out her left hand, trying to grab Marquis Sword Star's Greedy Wolf. What did she think Marquis Sword Star's fifth strike was? Courting death. Marquis Sword Star sneered. Clang! Su Jing grabbed the Greedy Wolf's sword, grabbing this lightning-fast strike. Her gloved palm rubbed against the sword's body, producing a noise that could instantly kill a person. Squeak! Squeak! Sword Greedy Wolf's thrust was too powerful. Su Jing's palm trembled, and Greedy Wolf's sword thrust forward, only an inch away from Su Jing's shoulder. As long as it stabbed in, it would instantly extinguish the vitality in Su Jing's body. The fifth strike, Starfall, was no joke. Golden flames erupted as Su Jing pushed her strength to the limit. Her pinkish-white fingernails suddenly sharpened as she tightly held Greedy Wolf's sword, not letting it advance an inch. At the same time, Su Jing's left hand clenched into a fist and punched out. Sacred Dragon Fist. Puff! The sacred golden dragon brushed past Marquis Sword Star's body, turning him into a blood mist. Even the armor and Greedy Wolf sword on the ground faded away. In the end, Su Jing defeated Marquis Sword Star in an astonishing manner. Gasp! The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard. Everyone's mouth was wide open, unable to close. Freak! She grabbed my Greedy Wolf sword with her bare hands and broke Starfall. In the small chamber, Marquis Sword Star was in a daze for a long time. Starfall contained an incomparable thrust force. One could easily imagine how frightening the light of death brought about by the explosion of a star was. Although the glove on Su Jing's hand was a pseudo-supreme grade artifact and didn't make direct contact with Greedy Wolf's sword, the power transmitted through was still extremely frightening. It could cripple the arm of anyone under Life and Death realm. It was simply impossible to receive. If he could receive this move, then Starfall Annihilation wouldn't be called Starfall Annihilation. However, Su Jing had done it. How much strength and endurance was required to do so? Marquis Sword Snow was also startled, and his gaze turned somewhat sluggish. The Golden Dragon is the Golden Dragon. It's a legendary existence. Yi Qin smiled bitterly. In terms of life form, golden dragons were too much higher. If it were anyone else who had received Starfall with their bare hands, they would have died miserably. Su Jing's battle was too astonishing. The following battles left the spectators somewhat dumbfounded. 33rd battle. Everyone regained their wits. On the steel, 2 names shown. Marquis Sword Snow's name and Yi Chen's name. 2 great Sword Dao geniuses had finally met. Sword art versus sword art. Sword domain versus sword domain. Who would have the last laugh? This was the question in everyone's heart. At this moment, no one had any distracting thoughts in their minds. The astonishing scene created by Su Jing had also been eliminated, and their eyes were firmly fixed on the 2 below. Chapter 866. The 2 have finally met. Marquis Sword Star tossed aside his gloominess, and his gaze fell on Marquis Sword Snow and Yi Chin. Even without sword domain, the two were only slightly weaker than him, and this was only because of the difference in cultivation base. After all, he was at the peak of the third layer while the two were at the second layer. If the two were at the third layer, he might not necessarily win, and he might even lose against Marquis Sword Snow. Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point was extremely powerful. Once the two used sword domain, the strength of sword artists would increase by tenfold. As long as one wasn't at the life and death realm, one wouldn't even have the strength to contend against the two. Sword domain's restraint on sword artists was simply too great. Sword rule could easily distort the opponent's sword trajectory, and their attacks were even more ferocious. Marquis Sword Snow should have a higher chance of winning, Marquis Sword Star inwardly said. At the center of the chamber, Yi Chin and Marquis Sword Snow stood 100 meters apart. If neither of us had sword domain, you wouldn't be my opponent unless you have an even more powerful trump card, Marquis Sword Snow indifferently said. Is that so? Yi Chin didn't reply. Indeed, as Marquis Sword Snow had said, apart from sword domain, the strength he had displayed before was indeed a bit weaker than Marquis Sword Snow. The latter's freezing sword point was Marquis Sword Snow's strongest trump card, while he hadn't even used it. Naturally, he was a bit inferior. Yi Chin was confident that he could instantly kill Marquis Sword Snow with bewitching mirror shattering. Marquis Sword Star's fifth strike, Star Falling, was a sure kill move, and his bewitching mirror shattering was also a sure kill move. Moreover, it was even more powerful than Star Falling, so powerful that it could easily kill a peak evil spirit. However, he didn't think of using bewitching mirror shattering. This was his trump card, a trump card to deal with life and death kings. Although he didn't have much assurance at the moment, as long as his cultivation base reached the third layer, Yi Chin was confident that he could contend against ordinary life and death kings with the Sky Scorpio sword. Therefore, he couldn't use it for now. He could not let the life and death realm warriors in the Blood Sky land know something. For example, the Beast King from the Wolf Warrior and the Tiger Warrior would not let this go easily. After all, the life and death secret realm only opened once every 10 years. If they missed this opportunity, their cultivation would be much weaker than the others. Life and death stones could not be found outside. Our sword domains are the same, and the sword laws they contain are about the same as well. If you don't mind, let's fight in our normal state first, Marquis Sword Snow suggested. All right. Yi Chin nodded without hesitation. What's wrong with Yi Chin? Marquis Sword Snow's strength is clear for all to see. Without sword domain, how could he defeat Marquis Sword Snow? Hearing these words, the people of True Spirit Continent were inwardly anxious. No sword domain. The people from the Blood Sky Continent and the Sword Continent shook their heads. None of them believed that Yi Chin could defeat Marquis Sword Snow without sword domain. In terms of sword arts, only Marquis Sword Star could suppress Marquis Sword Snow. Be careful! Marquis Sword Snow took the initiative to attack. Snowflakes danced in the sky, surging toward Yi Chin. These snowflakes were condensed from sword chi, and each of them contained an extremely powerful compression power. Once released, they could easily penetrate protective Jinyuan. Buzz! The evil vanquishing sword vibrated as Yi Chin brandished it, creating a sword screen around him. Crackle! The snowflakes were blasted away, issuing faint exploding sounds. Although Yi Chin's vibration sword arts were inferior to Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts, the sword chi contained in these snowflakes was not even 1/10 of freezing sword points. Therefore, it was naturally useless against Yi Chin. As the snowflakes continued to fall, Marquis Sword Snow flew toward Yi Chin. With a wave of his snow-white long sword, snowflake-shaped sword chi filled the air, carrying an ice-cold killing intent amidst the magnificence. Yi Chen's sword arts were not as magnificent as Marquis Sword Snow's. However, Yi Chen's sword speed was even higher. It was fast and accurate, and in his hands it was displayed to the limit. Clang, clang, clang. The two fought from the ground to the air, then flew along the walls of the chamber. For a moment, only snowflakes and sword chi could be seen. Waning moon. Stepping on the wall as if it was flat ground, Yi Chen waved his sword, and a black waning moon flickered. Marquis Sword Snow's complexion turned grave. In terms of sword arts, he was actually inferior to Yi Chen. In a battle between the two, they couldn't just use killing moves from the beginning to the end. There would always be ordinary moves. During the confrontation, he slowly sensed that Yi Chen's foundation was extremely powerful. Some inconspicuous details had turned into opportunities for the opponent to launch an attack. His body suddenly spun, and the snow-white long sword revolved around his body. Clang! Relying on revolving sword arts, Marquis Sword snow-blocked Yi Chen's waning moon. However, the tremendous force also pushed him off the wall and onto the floor of the chamber, his footsteps staggering. Chi, 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 chi. What welcomed him was a sky full of cold stars. Yi Chen's figure was hidden behind the cold stars like a viper, waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Snow dance in the sky. The snowflakes flourished, and so did Marquis Sword Snow's sword light. Under the guidance of an invisible sword chi, the numerous snowflakes converged like a stream of water. Crack! Crack! Sounds of sword chi explosions resounded without end, and the two's figures were faintly discernible amidst the shattered snowflakes. Break! Yi Chen pushed his vibration sword arts to the limit. The evil shattering sword pierced through the shattered snowflakes and slashed at Marquis Sword Snow, leaving behind an extremely fine sword mark. Marquis Sword Snow had to admit that he had been careless. He had actually allowed Yi Chen to seize an opportunity and suppress him until now. Even if he used his large-scale snow dance in the sky, it would be of no use. So frightening! Only now did the crowd realize how powerful Yi Chen was. Marquis Sword Snow, who didn't use freezing sword point, didn't even have the leeway to counterattack and could only passively defend. Marquis Sword Snow, who didn't use freezing sword point, didn't even have a chance to counterattack. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, melting a large amount of snowflakes. Marquis Sword Snow slid on the ground, which was covered in frost. His gliding speed was extremely fast, and his whole body left behind afterimages. Using the frost to increase the distance, Yi Chen's brows twitched, but he didn't pursue. The distance had already been increased, and recklessly charging forward would only put him in a passive situation. From afar, Marquis Sword Snow looked over. You're indeed powerful, but without a powerful sword move, you're doomed to lose. After adjusting his aura, Marquis Sword Snow's voice resounded. Sword moves are used to kill. If they can't hit their target, no matter how powerful they are, it's useless. Yi Chen calmly stood there. In that case, let's see how you're going to take my freezing sword point. Marquis Sword Snow's aura had already been adjusted to its peak. His figure flickered, and like a flickering light, he shot over. His feet didn't touch the ground, as if he was gliding. Freezing sword point is about to come out. I wonder how Yi Chen will block it. He can't, unless he uses his sword domain. Among the crowd, those who were more familiar with each other exchanged soul transmissions, their moods surging. When the distance between the two was less than 10 meters, Marquis Sword Snow took out his sword. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the fluttering snowflakes in the surroundings froze. The snow-white long sword in his hand stabbed out, and a glass-like white energy sphere appeared on its tip, piercing toward Yi Chen. The space was pierced, and the edges froze. Too fast, impossible to dodge. A distance of 10 meters could be directly ignored by top-notch sword artists. No one could dodge in such a short distance. Wouldn't that mean that one's movement speed would surpass the speed of the sword? This was simply impossible. The evil-shattering sword vibrated as Yi Chen also thrust out. His sword speed was even faster than Marquis Sword Snow's. Using vibration sword arts to deal with my freezing sword point. Marquis Sword Snow didn't know what Yi Chen intended. Freezing sword point was 30% stronger than Lan Sanmei's annihilation chop, and Yi Chen's vibration sword arts were inferior to Lan Sanmei's second blade move, demonic chop. Clang! At the same time, Yi Chen's left hand grabbed the broken blood sword at his waist and pulled it out, thrusting out as well. It was still the same vibration sword arts. Dual swords. Multitasking. Only Yi Chen could multitask in such an intense battle, and even maintain his peak battle power without the slightest bit of reduction. Dual swords. Chu Zhongtian's eyes lit up. Yi Chen's dual swords had been displayed in the southern region martial tea party. He couldn't understand why Yi Chen could display the strongest might of both swords. Pung! Yi Chen's evil-shattering sword clashed with Marquis Sword Snow's longsword. The vibrational power and compressed power collided and cancelled each other out, causing a violent explosion in the air. At the same time, the broken blood sword in Yi Chen's left hand had also arrived in front of Marquis Sword Snow's face, only a step away from piercing through his skull. No one had expected the situation to turn out like this. No one could have imagined that Yi Chen would use dual swords to break Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point. Although Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point still had more than half of its power remaining and could pierce through Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen's other sword could also pierce through Marquis Sword Snow's skull. Comparing the two, it was Yi Chen who had the upper hand. After the freezing sword point was weakened by the vibration sword arts, its trajectory slightly deviated. Originally, it was aimed at Yi Chen's throat, but now it was aimed at Yi Chen's chest. If Yi Chen's defense were a bit stronger, he might have been able to survive. On the other hand, if Marquis Sword Snow's head was pierced by Yi Chen's sword, he would undoubtedly die. Sword domain. Sword domain. The two simultaneously operated their sword domains, and sword laws spread out. Chi. Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point pierced through the air, its trajectory greatly deviating. The storm of sword chi was also affected by the sword laws, and not a single strand of it shot toward Yi Chen. The sword domain could not only affect the trajectory of a sword, but also any attack that was executed in the form of a sword. It was extremely tyrannical. Marquis Sword Snow's sword missed, and so did Yi Chen's sword. The two simultaneously operated their sword domains, affecting each other. Neither could injure the other, and neither could do anything to the other.